Okay, members, it is 8:17. I'll call this meeting to order. First on the list is my apologies for being late to both the members and the delegates. My knee blew out, and not sure what's wrong with it yet, but instead of taking about 4 minutes to walk from the hotel, it took me closer to 15 or 20 minutes to walk from the hotel. So that's the long and short of that. Hopefully it'll get better during the day. Our plan today is to focus mostly on delegate testimony. We do have completed documents. Every single one of us in this room got hit by a bus. We have accomplished what we needed to do as a temporary committee, which give yourself a big hand. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Certainly not this early in the process, actually last night, not even today. We'll plan on a lot of delegate testimony. If and only if we have very compelling testimony that a majority of the committee wants to reopen a particular section of the rules, not the entire rules. We'll consider what the committee wants to do on that. I believe Ronnie had one that was on 8R or 8N or something like that.
Yeah, 8N, correct.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things like that. We do not want to open the entire rules package. We want to be very specific to things the delegate may change our mind on, that kind of thing, and only open that particular rule for potential further amendments. And with that, Kristen has asked for a few minutes of personal privilege, and given the subject, I think it might be appropriate to go ahead and come up here in the front and address everybody where you can see.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Could I make a quick request? And could we move our beginning lunch break at 12? It seems there's a lot of other committees are breaking at 12, and there's some meetings it's kind of my best interest, but I would like to attend some of those. So I know we were talking about 1 o'clock. Could we move that up to 12 o'clock?
What does the committee think?
12's fine.
Well, I moved my lunch date and I can move it back to 12.
Okay, let's have a quick vote on that before Kristen gets started. Just kind of an up and down. Do y'all prefer 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, like we tentatively said yesterday? So all in favor of 12 o'clock, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor of leaving it at 1 o'clock, say nay.
Nay.
I believe the nays have it, so sorry.
They'll be back from lunch and he can go in.
Well, you're right. Yes, ma'am. But we will, I anticipate, actually have, we will be breaking early in the day for the night. And so you'll still have opportunity to go into those other committee rooms and testify and things like that if need be. Kathy, did you have a question?
Before we start, can we pray?
Absolutely. And John Boucher has offered to do that.
Do that before her or after?
Sorry?
You want me to do that before?
I think you should before. Yeah. Bless her talk as well.
Let's go to the Lord. Heavenly Father, we are really thankful for everyone here today on this committee and serving on all the committees here right now. We know it's a huge sacrifice, Lord, and we just ask that you have your hand upon their families and watch over them. We just thank you for all the sacrifice of those families and these people here. Lord, we pray that you give us strength and endurance today, and we do ask that you give us clarity. You are all wise and the giver of light, Lord, the source of true wisdom. And we ask if you would light our way as we go through this process and just be with us, Lord. Lord, we ask that you give us the humility to always seek your will in all that we do, and that all that we say and do here would be pleasing and honorable to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Pledges? Yeehaw. Okay, Kristen, and state your name, rank, serial number, SD, personal privilege.
Okay. Kristen Bentley, SD1. Thank you for allowing me personal privilege this morning, Chairman and committee. I am really looking forward to hearing from delegates today, and so I am not going to take too much time on this. But it's out of respect for delegates that I would like to speak to everyone today in this room and beyond. I do not like manipulation of our delegates. I'm the committee woman from Senate District 1. I love my delegates, and they know that. I do not like the manipulation of delegates for political motivation. And so when we as a committee have been accused of putting in ranked choice voting in order to elect our leadership, when that is not the case, I take issue with that. Thank you.
We all do.
What we voted in as a committee, and I don't think any of us were expecting to do this, but when we sat there and we were reasoning the best way to handle when we have multiple candidates, the best way to handle multiple candidates when you are electing leadership to a board, an organizational board, which is what we are not a part of the government. We are not elected government officials. We are electing board members. And the best, cleanest, most ideal way to do that is through repeated balloting. And repeated balloting is not ranked choice voting. And the person who is accusing us of this knows better. It is dishonest to say that repeated balloting is ranked choice voting. And I will tell you that that has repercussions beyond this convention, because I will tell you, everybody in this room is opposed to ranked choice voting.
Amen.
And we will fight hard in the 89th session to ban it in the state of Texas. So the dishonest messaging that this board has put in ranked choice voting to elect our leadership has repercussions. Now, if you have a problem with what we're doing because you think it's not practical, we are willing to listen to your testimony. But I would argue that I am tired of hearing that it's too hard, that it costs too much money, that it takes too much time. When we are doing something incredibly important, we should allow the time that it takes to elect leadership that will have the most support. We should take the time to do the best process, the most ideal process and the cleanest process to elect everyone who will lead the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you for your time. I appreciate this board so much. I've enjoyed working with y'all. And I appreciate the personal privilege to be able to hopefully nip this in the bud. And I hope that others will continue to stand with me on that. Thank you.
As we've said, we haven't exercised this, but Wednesday starts getting things a little bit different. We've said that members of other committees, we can kind of go to the front of the line of the testimony. I understand Scott Bowen is in the room and would like to testify. Come on up, Scott. Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rules Committee members. I know most of you already, but I'm actually right next door as the Chair of Legislative Priorities, and we have been working very hard over the last couple of days to put together a list of 15 excellent priorities that can go to the floor of our convention to be voted on to eventually be the legislative agenda that the Republican Party of Texas will push forward in the next session. We have lots of important issues on the list. We have property taxes, eliminating them, school choice, equal parenting. We have items on the border, immigration, lots of different things, and our delegates are going to have to make hard choices about what they think is most important to push forward to our legislators. But unfortunately, the process we have now, which I'm not asking to change, is that the delegates only get to vote on 8 of the 15 to be the list of 8 priorities. And what ends up happening sometimes is that there's an issue that may not be extremely important at the time that the delegates vote, but it becomes important before session starts. For example, 2 years ago, the issue of eliminating property taxes was one of the 15 that was put to the delegates on the legislative priority list, but it was in 9th place. A majority of the delegates voted for it, but not enough for it to be in the top 8. And as we saw, pretty soon after that happened, it was announced that there was a $32 billion surplus in the state legislature, and suddenly everybody in the Republican Party, from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, everyone had to figure out what they were going to do with it. And it was decided that a lot of that would go toward property tax reform. RPT was not able to be part of that conversation because it was not one of our legislative priorities. And so the rule change that our committee is asking for, we've already voted to recommend this, would allow the SREC to elevate some number of the bottom 7 before the session starts. There would be a very small window to do this. The rule makes it clear, as you can see, that we cannot change the wording at all. It has to be what the delegates voted on, and it still has to have received a majority vote of the delegates, even when they vote. So these would be priorities that were outside of the top 8, but more than half of the delegates still wanted them, and we would not be able to change the wording at all. So this is not the SREC coming up with new language. This is not the SREC trying to add anything or devalue the priorities. It is just the convention not necessarily realizing that a legislative priority that we thought was important now ended up becoming very, very, very important in the 6 months between convention and when the legislature is called to session. So I am asking you, and our committee is asking you, and a lot of us are here, we actually recessed the committee so that some of us could be part of this discussion, but we are asking the Rules Committee to reconsider the Rule 34C and take up the language that was recommended by the Legislative Priorities Committee. I'm asking you to do that now, or just as soon as you can, as part of your normal business. Give our delegates the ability to have additional issues considered by their SREC members that they've already voted for. That's all we're asking for. And ultimately, I think we might end up in a position where we are very glad we did this. If there's an issue that ends up becoming very important in the legislature in the next 6 months that maybe we can't anticipate now. I'm happy to answer any questions about it as well, but I really encourage you to take up the new language in Rule 34C. The original proposal had 4 items out of the 7. 2, I think, is fine. We just need to be able to elevate issues that were still supported by the convention, but may not have been in the top 8 at the time. So anyway, are there any questions? Dwayne.
Thank you, Chairman Bowen. Dwayne Wright, SD5. Do you foresee that this being an issue with the legislators when we're popping new topics to the top of the list? If we're lobbying the legislators to do things, and then that bar keeps moving around, do you foresee that being an issue?
So the way the language is written, the SREC would only have the opportunity to do this before the legislative session even starts. So it would actually be out of order after, basically after everyone is sworn in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Scott, SD21, Kathy Hagler. Okay, so when y'all started the committee, you knew that you were going to give us 15 and the delegates were going to choose 8.
Yes.
And we know that the purpose of 8 is to have a small, tiny, limited scope RPT to spend its resources on. So what is it about the number 10 that's so much better than the number 8 that we've always expected it to be when we came in here?
So honestly, I have no problem with 8. The problem is that we can't change the rule. If it's the rest of, so the rules that y'all are passing now don't go into effect until this convention is over. So I would actually be completely fine with a rule change that said we would go to 12 items and then the SREC could add 2 more through this process, or go to 6 items approved by the convention and then the SREC could add 2 more. The problem is that we can't change that for this convention. At this convention, we are stuck with the number that's in there now. So you guys can change it for the following convention, but right now, the only means that you have to allow any kind of flexibility here at all, it would take effect after this convention sine die. So the rules you pass now go into effect for the upcoming SREC, which is why the SREC would be the entity that is empowered to make this change. So yeah, yes.
No, if you weren't done, finish.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Would you be amenable to changing it from 4 that the SREC could choose to 2 that the SREC could
Absolutely.
choose? Okay. Would you be amenable to the SREC having 1 that they have complete control over?
So I think that kind of goes back to Dwayne's point a little bit. I know that's something that's been discussed also, and if that's how the committee chooses to move forward, then I don't want to stand in the way of that. That being said, I do think there is something powerful about the fact that everything in the legislative priorities report is something that got a majority vote at convention, and no matter what. Even if this rule is adopted, it is still something that a majority filled out the yes bubble for. And so that I think is what, where in the past there's been SRECs having the ability to just come up with legislative priorities and add them, and that's a little bit different, I think. So while it's kind of outside the scope of what we're asking for.
David Westbrook, SD19. I'm curious, do you read anything in the current rules that would prohibit the party from taking up a major new piece of legislation that's not a priority and giving its support to it, like you referenced with the property tax stuff?
It would not be on the list. I mean, there is a list of legislative priorities. When we go to advocate for legislative priorities in the Capitol, we have our list, and what's on it is on it. And we can pass other resolutions, and we can pass statements of opinion, and we definitely do. But there is something special about the list of legislative priorities. I mean, that is what we go out with to the legislators. And so that doesn't preclude us from advocating for other things, but at the same time, I think it would not be a good look for us as a party, honestly, if major items that were on the legislative, that were going to get a lot of attention in the legislature, and property taxes are going to be one of them, school choice is going to be one of them, the border is going to be one of them, and our legislative priorities are just silent.
I understand that. I'm trying to sort this out in my own head, and it's that there's nothing that prohibits a party from promoting those other things. They just can't promote them as a legislative priority, right?
So the SREC can pass resolutions. We've actually passed resolutions on a lot of different subjects, advocating for legislation, advocating for bills. Just out of curiosity, anyone who's not on the SREC, because I know some of the committee members are, do you know what a single one of those is? Most people don't, because they're not in the list of legislative priorities. They just don't get as much attention. And we've taken positions on important issues. Vaccine mandates was a big one. But again, that didn't get quite as much attention because it wasn't on the legislative priorities list, which is why we're trying to be, which is why, like Dwayne keeps saying, we want to be careful about the process we use. We just need a little bit of flexibility so that if something that really needs to be on there and is supported by the convention for whatever reason does not, the SREC has the ability to make sure that's corrected.
One more question, if it's acceptable. Would a solution where if one of the top 8 or whatever the top section is completed during a legislative session, it is then replaced automatically by by the next highest ranked priority from the vote at the convention? Would that be an acceptable solution?
I like that idea. The only problem with that is that would cause changing of the legislative priorities within the session. I think it's also really powerful to have a list going in that never changes. As things are checked off the list, they're checked off the list. And so, I mean, we want every legislative priority to be completed. But I think everybody knowing before session even starts what the list of legislative priorities is, and I think this is a criticism we've gotten in the past, is things being added, things being asked for after the legislature goes in session by the SRECs. That's what we want to avoid. Everyone knows what the list is going in. Everyone's agreed. The convention has voted for it, and everybody who wonders what we're asking for knows. And so I think that sets it apart from. It makes it separate and a little bit elevated above the day-to-day drama of the session.
Well, I ask because that, to me, seems like it would be a more certain list, because we know coming out of convention exactly where everything is ranked. And so we know that if one of the top 5 or top 8 gets completed, that we know this next one is going to be the one. And everybody else knows it because it's already published, right?
Yeah, I think you would also have to have some kind of entity also actually deciding whether a legislative priority is finally completed. I mean, is that when the governor signs the bill? Is that when the bill gets a hearing on the floor? Like, it's
not complete until it's signed.
Right, and sometimes that doesn't happen until session's over. So I think Sandra had a question.
Yeah, Sandy Kent, SG 18. I'm just going to school on this. So my question after our debate last night on this, we voted this down because it is what it has been, and you did say that you would be fine with 8, and you did say that the SREC can and RPT can and has advocated for different legislative issues without them being on the priority list. So why would we now open this back up for debate after we debated it last night? I don't see the point.
Well, I think part of it is that I didn't have the chance to explain it to you guys. I had asked a few times for some time to be able to come and speak to this committee before it was debated so that I can answer these questions and hopefully put some people at ease, and just was never able to, because, I mean, we've been running a committee meeting next door this whole time. So, this is kind of the first opportunity I've had to talk to a lot of you and answer some questions about it, because I think probably there were some people who went into it assuming that this was just another attempt for the SREC to add more things, you know?
Well,
And
I'm
it's-
not looking at it that way. Sorry, I'm not looking at it that way, that you're trying to give something to the SREC. But when we came into the rules and when you went into LP in the platform, we had certain parameters set out for us. And I understand that you were working on those parameters in LP and weren't able to come over here and advocate for what you're asking, but I think you're asking to change the rules to help you complete your work on LP because y'all can't narrow it down. Is that correct?
No, this is the very first thing we asked for. The first thing we did when we convened on Monday was vote on this recommendation and then send a memo to your committee. All of you have it in your inboxes from Monday morning. So, that was before we ever even looked at a single issue. We realized really from the issue that happened 2 years ago the importance of doing this. And so that's why it was the very first thing we approached. And ultimately, it doesn't affect the work we're doing today. It affects the work we do during session. Today, we have a list of 15 that we have to finalize. We present a list of 15 no matter what. The only thing that changes is what happens with some of the items on that list. So, anyway, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I never got the email.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's why I didn't.
We have no internet in this room.
Oh, well, that's not helpful. But I resent it to all of the committee members probably 40 minutes ago or so. So if you look in your inboxes, you've got it.
10:03.
Perfect. Dwayne, I think you had. Oh, John.
Mr. Bowen, yeah.
Yes.
I've been hearing from some people this morning, and my issue is, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority, and we lose focus. And we already have people going to Austin, and it's gotten a lot better. I remember a few years ago, I would probably make the comment that whether our legislators are ignoring 8 items or 20, it's not going to matter. But it has been getting better, and I think it's been getting better because we have sort of pared it down as we pared it. I still believe there is a mechanism. You bring up what happened a couple years ago, and there are emergency issues that are going to come up that will still get the attention of our legislators and our county parties to rally support at the legislative level. I don't think this is necessary to keep expanding the list of legislative priorities. And if that's the system we're in, maybe we need to reevaluate how we're doing legislative priorities as a party at the convention. That's all I got to say.
So I am all for reevaluating how we do legislative priorities. I kind of think of this as a rescue clause, right? If there's something that, as a matter of like doing our job as a party well, really needs to be in the legislative priorities, and I think issues like property taxes are like that. Right? It's too big of an issue to be silent on, you know? Right. I've just talking to people. I even got asked, why wasn't property taxes on your list of legislative priorities last session? And I had to explain to them what our process was and why there's a little bit of uncertainty to it. Dwayne.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. So to be clear, you're not asking for an expansion of the number of priorities. You're just asking flexibility with whatever the end number is.
Well, it would change. So we will put out a list of 15 to the convention floor. The convention floor will choose 8, like they have in the past.
Right.
If you guys have, if you add an additional 2 in there, that would allow the SREC to elevate from the other 7 a number 9 and a number 10 at their discretion.
Okay. And then secondly, when one drops off or is accomplished, if we keep bumping up other ones, that doesn't allow us the time to celebrate the victories and to, you know, we like to take the stick to our legislators, but sometimes they like carrots too.
That's true. That's very true. I see Justin's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen, for your service on the Legislative Priorities Committee. Is there a list of what y'all have passed thus far on these?
Yes. What we have accomplished thus far is we have our list of 15. It's not technically final, but what we have several standalone items, and then we also have a few that are categorized, and so we're still working on kind of finalizing the language on those. But our final, do you want me to read through it real fast?
I think that would be helpful, and I'll tell you afterwards why that's important to me.
Okay. Let me get there. So we have eliminating school property taxes, banning taxpayer-funded lobbying, hardening the electric grid, school choice, reinforcing the ban on casino gambling, banning the land sales to foreign countries that are enemies of the United States, the silver and gold bullion depository. We have equal parenting, judicial accountability, no Democrat chairs, abolishing abortion and the abortion pill, border enforcement, and which would include immigration controls, Texas sovereignty, which, yeah, exactly, which is not Texit. It is just asserting our 10th Amendment rights against the federal government and regulatory encroachment. Election reform, and then stopping sexualization.
And so this committee, I don't know if you're aware, but we significantly strengthened Rule 44, which would effectively ban somebody who violates a legislative priority from running as a Republican. So a legislative priority is something that is passed at convention. Legislators have 6 months before the start of at least six months before the start of the legislative session to know that those are the 8 things by which they must abide or risk not being able to run for re-election. So how do you, and that is a penalty I am not aware that any other state has implemented as stringent as we have. So I have great concern that a body can add to that list, even if it was changed, or even if they were supposedly adopted by the convention, so is every other one of the 200 planks, that those could impose a new standard by which our candidates could disqualify themselves that has not been prioritized by the party whole. And how do you address those concerns?
Yes, so putting on a different hat that I still get to wear for one more day, as SREC Resolutions Committee Chair, every motion to censure that we took up in the past term actually came through the committee that I chaired, and I presented them to the SREC. And I promise you, that is something we took extremely seriously. There were a lot of motions to censure that came from counties, county executive committees, that made all kinds of assertions, and most of them we did not even take up because we took one look at them and it showed like they did not meet the requirements. So the ones that we eventually did had to have been very egregious. There was obviously the requirement of 3 violations, but honestly we did not even go to the floor with anything of the SREC until we had 4 or 5. Just to be sure all of them held up, because otherwise if someone opposed one of them and one of them wasn't very strong, then the entire motion would fail. So for someone to really be censured by the SREC, I know we kind of, that's something that is kind of a little bit of a boogeyman, right? And it's something that sounds really easy, but if you look at Rule 44, even the rewrite to Rule 44, it is not easy and it's taken extremely seriously. And it requires a long pattern of lots of different violations to ever even get considered. And ultimately, every motion to censure we made, if you go into the SREC room, I mean, sometimes you can't get everybody there to agree on anything. Like, but every motion to censure we had passed with an overwhelming majority because we took the process very seriously. And so for this, like, this is not something that the SREC is going to use frivolously, right? We're not going to take a platform plank. First of all, not everything is even going to get 50% because of the way people vote. So the flexibility here is probably not as great as it sounds. But even if we did, we're not going to add something to that list that is not a serious priority. Really what this is for is if there is something very big that got missed. And if I'm being very honest, the issue that I think this is most likely to apply to is probably property taxes. For whatever reason, I don't know why this is. I don't know why people vote this way, but I see this pattern a lot, where primary voters, delegates, whenever you get a big enough group and you put language in front of them having to do with property tax elimination, we never seem to get above about 75 or 80%. You see it on the ballot propositions too. And I don't exactly know what the reason for that is. I think it's because people are suspicious of property tax elimination, because even though we swear all day long that we're going to buy it down with sales taxes and stuff like that, they just assume that, and all of the math works out, and everyone's telling them it's okay, they still just assume that some other tax is going to go up. And so people vote against it. So when you've got a big list of priorities, property tax elimination, even though all of the intellectual arguments are there, all of the numbers work out, it's well supported by everybody, it still seems to rank pretty low. And it could happen again. We'll get a majority for it on the floor, but I'm very concerned that that item and maybe one or two others that'll get a lot of legislative attention might not make the top 8 just because of the, I guess the, I don't know, peculiarities of how people vote, right? And so I would not want something that important to lose on a fluke and not be part of our list. But this is not going to be something that we use frivolously on low priority priorities.
Okay, but that precisely raises my concern even higher, because what you're saying is that the body, the convention, may accidentally not elevate something to the top 8, that the convention whole is not willing to make that a final legislative priority, but the SREC and its wisdom can then add it, and then all of the legislators are bound by that, and if they cast any vote on calendars or rules or whatever committee that might go against that, even though that was not prioritized by the party convention.
But we're not.
But hold on. And if you're asking us to trust that the SREC and its wisdom can elevate a topic to the level that someone could ultimately be censured and disqualified as running as a Republican, my concerns have not been assuaged. Just saying it probably won't happen it is not a guarantee. I based what I was willing to do in Rule 44 on the assurance that the party and its wisdom would truly pick its core priorities, and I feel very uncomfortable that there would be any moving of the ball or changing the size of the ball, and that raises a lot of concerns. So besides just it probably won't happen, would you concede that under this proposal it does allow the SREC to add legislative priorities that were not adopted as a priority by the convention and then be subject to Rule 44 censure, no matter how unlikely?
What I would argue with there is that ultimately it would only apply to things that the majority of the convention still voted for.
Well, the majority of the convention also is against, banning pasteurized milk, but I don't know that we can keep people.
That's not, if you look at past results, that's not exactly true. At the last convention, in the legislative priorities, of the 15, 8 of them, the top 8, got only the top. Actually, there were 9 items that got a majority vote. There was the top 8, and then property taxes. All of the others were below 50%. The delegates actually do know that they are choosing from a list, and not everything is going to make it. And so they don't just vote yes on everything. So that the results don't really back up what you're saying. And if we make this change, we'll make it more clear that, that they can vote yes more, and maybe things can be taken up. But I don't think it's guaranteed at all that every single item is going to get 50%. I think it's likely that 1 or 2 items will get 50%, in addition to the 8 that become the initial list.
Thank you for your time,
We,
Mr.
we,
Chairman.
we need to wrap this up pretty quick. We'll take about 2 more questions. I've got one for Scott. You've mentioned several times the 50% and how the math works, and you and I talked about it late last night, early this morning. How are you going to be presenting the report, since we've had in past years some people essentially gaming their vote so that they might vote for only 1 or 2 and not 8, or other people might be voting for all 15. So how do you plan on handling it at this time?
I mean, it depends on what you guys do. And so if we do adopt this rule, then I would speak to that in the legislative priorities, temporary report and permanent report, and make sure people know that when they vote, they should vote for everything that they agree with. That they should vote for everything that they think should be a legislative priority, whether that's 3, 8, 10, however many. And so that would increase the chances that a popular priority that is still not part of the top 8 would have a majority vote. But yeah, it would be my job when I'm giving my report, and the job of the committee members when they're giving their reports to their Senate district caucuses to communicate that change. And it would come down to how good of a job we did. I think there were a couple questions over here.
Scott, again, Mike Snyder, SD9. Thank you again for your service, and I love serving with you last time, and we're glad to see you back here today. My concern is this, that there's a magic to the 8 selection. We have a platform which is one of the largest in the country. It is so convoluted, most of the members of our faithless legislature do not even read it, much less support it. The idea of having a limited 8 priorities that go to the legislature, it's taken 3 years for us to get any traction out of any of that, and now we're talking about the possibility of the SREC adding another one. And I would suggest to you that there is a magic to keeping the number compact, leaving it to the selection of the grassroots. We're an organization of grassroots. What happens on that convention floor is paramount in my mind. When they select 8 priorities, even though there may be a very close 9th or maybe a close 10th, the bottom line to it is our chances just in raw probabilities, we're not going to get those 8, much less 10. If we put our money on 8 and really push those that didn't make it this time can come back 2 years from now and push themselves to the top. What is the real genius behind adding more volume to a list that is not going to get the traction, as opposed to taking the 8 and pushing those and really laying into the legislature to follow those?
So if the overall number is the concern, then I would think the solution to that would be to do this. You could decrease the number of priorities that the committee reports out. So go from 15 to 12. And that would decrease the number of priorities that the convention floor chooses from 8 to 6 automatically. And then it would leave the 2 extra for the SREC to elevate. However, you can't do that at this convention.
But again,
yeah.
But again, that goes back even further diminishing what I would consider to be the power of the grassroots. For example, not in this list this year is a priority that I think a lot of people in this room would really want to talk about in this convention, and that is border security. Not even on the list.
It is.
Where is
it? There is a border security and immigration item.
Okay, it is among the 15?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it's among the 15.
Okay, also on that list, will we be able to find a closed primary?
No, because you guys already closed the primary.
Okay, but that's still, we closed it, the legislature didn't. But it has to be a legislative issue, as you're well aware, when it
So
actually is enacted.
we have an election integrity item. We're still working through exactly what is
Right.
going to be in that, but there will be an election-related item,
But just,
yes.
just very quickly and finally, and I'll quit. I want you to address the diminution, or at least the watering down, I feel, of giving the SRAC the power of choosing those extra two, as opposed to just cutting it off at 8 and letting the power of the grassroots make its decision and let that stand.
Because the grassroots also speak through the SRAC members. Ultimately, we're talking about platform planks that received a majority at, or not platform planks, legislative priorities that receive a majority at convention, and then later on become more important than I think we realized they would be. And that's what happened with property taxes. We didn't know at the last convention that there was going to be a $32 billion surplus that could be used to buy down property taxes. And that took the importance of eliminating the importance and the feasibility of property tax cuts from down here to up here based on the news. And so something similar could happen. We don't even know. I mean, the feasibility of school choice is dependent on what happens on Tuesday. So depending on what happens on Tuesday, we could either have a really strong ability to pass school choice, or it's really not realistic at all. But we just aren't going to know. And so if that's a if the convention floor makes that number 9, then we would have a very different decision based on the feasibility of that. So we don't know what events hold over the next 6 months. If the grassroots picks 8, they pick 8. But for the number 9 and the number 10, or for the few that were popular but maybe not quite as popular, events could intervene that cause them to be more important than we thought they would be. And I think if you would put that vote in front of, I mean, we can't rerun the vote, but I think if people had known what the issue set was going to be going into January 2023, then they might have chosen differently.
Yeah,
Leslie?
well, hang on, Leslie. We've spent more time on this than we spent last night when I was standing where Scott was. I'm gonna close this off with 3 questions. I saw Mac and then Leslie and then Kristen, and then we've got to get on to other delegates. So.
He answered my question just a minute ago.
Okay, so Leslie.
Leslie Thomas, SE 22. The character of the delegate that comes to this convention are people that sacrifice their time and their treasure for their heart matters. It's for converting transgender kids who aren't adults and stopping that wickedness. It's for election integrity and bringing justice to the ballot, the voting place. And it's for fighting for the right of life. It's for the Second Amendment, being able to protect your family. Those are the type of people that come here. So when they're voting for legislative priorities, they are voting their heart, and it's their character. They're showing their character when they push their property taxes to the bottom because they so much want their people protected, their families protected. So by doing this, we allow the party, by allowing this flexibility, we allow the party to come in and elevate that one that they have pushed down because their heart is to protect their home and hearth. And so I commend the LP committee for what y'all do, and I commend y'all for the seriousness that y'all take this, and then recognizing that this has been pushed down, not because they're not interested in it, because they see so much more that they have to protect, because they're being fought on every side. And so they're picking their priority. They want to protect their kids. They want to protect life. They want to protect their family. So I thank y'all for your work.
So thank you very much. And to kind of speak to that, this would not, everything the delegates choose cannot be removed. However, this would allow something else to be elevated if it becomes important. So it would give the party that flexibility. If there's something that as just a matter of doing our job as a party correctly needs to be on there, that the convention voted for, that becomes important. I think Kristen had the last question.
Yes. Kristen Bentley, SD1. I think that we all recognize that our grassroots, our delegates are the most educated, higher information voters I think that we have in this state. They are ahead of the game. They warn us about things like pediatric gender modification before it's, even in the media as a big issue. And so it's, I think what we struggle with, and I'm a legislative priorities person. I lead a legislative priority, Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids. I believe in the importance of the legislative priorities, and we've heard testimony, I've popped in a few times, where people are so passionate about these things because we're living in very extraordinary times where there are a lot of issues that we need to address and problems that we need to solve, and we need the party to do everything it can to support, solutions. And so, one of the things I'm wondering if you would be amenable to, rather than the SREC choosing 2 more or 4 more out of the list, would you be amenable to the delegates choosing 10 altogether rather than 8?
So I think that could be a solution for the future, potentially, but it's not something we can do at this convention.
Okay.
Because the rules that we're operating under at this convention are the ones that were set at the last convention. And so the rules you set today will be the ones that we operate under at the next convention. So it's not possible to make the change.
Okay, so this solution would allow us to do it now in this next session?
Yes.
Okay, so last question, would you
that's
be
not correct.
amenable?
That's not correct. We're talking about 34C right now. That's in the permanent. So that still is not going to take effect until 2 years.
It takes effect after the sine die of this convention.
Right.
So it would begin empowering the SREC that is elected at this convention, which is why the SREC would be the authority that would, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I have one last question. Would you be amenable that if we allow the SREC to choose 2 more or 4 more, that those cannot be used in a censure?
Yes.
Okay.
Could not be used in a censure. I mean, that addresses my concern.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. Thank you. That's.
No, they would still
Okay,
be priorities.
one more
but they
check.
just wouldn't be.
Thank you, Scott. Chuck Burnett, Senate District 20. It's my understanding that this isn't mandatory, that the SREC could choose not to elevate anything.
Correct. The SREC could choose not to use this at all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you all for having me and for giving me the time to speak to this, and I hope you reconsider and take this up.
Okay, with that, thank you, Scott. And
Well,
for
point
all
of
y'all's hard
information,
work-
Mr. Chairman, Randy Dunning, SD2. Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Is it in order for us to ask that those sending us emails put the word rule and then the number in the email so that they pop to the top and we can search on those?
It is completely permissible. I don't know how we get the word out to them, but from what we are just saying, people listening to it, et cetera, if people could make sure and put the word rule and then also the actual rule number that they're concerned about in the subject of any text or email that they're sending, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Dunning.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to the public testimony as the Legislative Priorities Committee gets back to work. And we've got a few more. We're operating under the 3-minute limit today. We cannot afford time-wise to have that level of questioning, but that was a little bit different situation. So thank you, members, for that. Mike?
Okay, SD4, Delegate Herschel Williams, rule number 1.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Herschel Williams. I'm SD4, a precinct chair in Montgomery County. When I grew up, my dad had a belt. And that belt, the thought of that belt, I carried with me just about everything I did when I was little. He didn't use it very often, but when he did, I knew what that belt was for. We have laws in this country that are being ignored by DAs across the country. And wherever these DAs are that are ignoring our laws, we have chaos. The rule of order in this country is dependent upon the exercise of discipline through enforcement. Here we make our laws our rules. Our rules are our laws for our behavior. However, we do not have a means of enforcement. It is imperative that we have the belt. It is imperative to know that if we speed going down the road, we could get a ticket. It's imperative that we know that our children should not pick up things in stores, and they're taught early, you don't pick things up, you go pay for them. It's imperative that we have enforcement of our rules. So therefore, I strongly recommend that in the first rule, rule number 1, that we have specified a means of enforcing these rules. And the SREC is the most appropriate venue for that rule enforcement. I ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Senate District 4, Delegate Josh Laros, rule number 44, and rule number 1.
Good morning, Josh Jarris, Senate District 4. I want to echo the sentiments that Herschel Walker just made to you, Herschel Williams just made to you. We need to have some type of enforcement mechanism. If we don't have it in there, what are we all doing here? I can tell you right now that the delegates that are going to be showing up, the thousands of delegates that are going to be showing up here at the convention, are going to be very disappointed and upset if we don't have some level at what we can enforce these rules. So I'd ask you to reconsider, as Herschel has asked you to do. I believe it was John, you that made that motion, and I know it didn't get many votes, but folks, you have to understand, we want accountability on these rules. We want to have some force that they may be put into effect and that they will be enforced. The second thing, Rule 40b-4. I can tell you, I live in Red County. Any judge or judicial officer that runs in my county never runs on the Democrat ticket because they know they will not get elected. Everyone runs as a Republican. There is an exemption in there for judicial officers. We need to remove that. We have had some horrible decisions that have been made. And I'm going to ask that you guys remove that exemption that you have in there. Thank you.
We did.
Fantastic. Thank you then.
We can't keep everybody.
Senate District 3, Delegate Clint Stutz, Rule 14 and Rule 8A.
What rule again? 14 and 8A, not the 8 from the big section 8. That's the one below that, 8, capital A. All right, Clint Stutz, SD3. I'd like for the committee to revisit Leslie Thomas's amendment to Rule 14. I heard concerns about storage space, I think from Mike, about the video files that would be recorded. So the storage for that does not depend upon the RPT. How this would work was, after it's been recorded, it's a simple matter to download that video file from Zoom and upload it to the RPT YouTube channel, which is free storage. And from there, they could just put a link on the website. I think another concern was from Dwayne, and he was in the same situation as Mac in SD3. They got knocked out with those storms. So he didn't have internet because of all that, and he was talking about the internet here going out, and you had to tether to your phone and had all those problems. But for these Zoom meetings, it's not dependent upon the members to produce the recording. It's dependent upon the host of the meeting, which I assume was Mr. Ramsey there. So he was all hooked up and fine. And if he had problems, you would have had a meeting at all. So it doesn't matter for the recording that Mac and Dwayne lost access during the storms. What matters is that the chairman was running that meeting and was recording it at the same time. So now that those concerns have been addressed, I hope you'll revisit this amendment and take it back up and pass it. Another issue with Rule 14 is how it's sometimes just not taken for what it says. It flat out says delegates have the right to testify on any item in the committee's purview. But for the last 2 convention cycles, it's been like pulling teeth for delegates to be able to testify on the supplemental rules. This happened in 22, and it happened this year, kind of, but we kind of edged ourselves in. You may notice there's not a whole lot of testimony on those rules, but there does need to be some testimony because those rules affect every single delegate, all of us, and we should have a say on those. So for next time, just please remember, Rule 14 covers that. Finally, a little housekeeping thing on Rule 14. The title of it says open meetings and right to testify, but later down in the rule, like halfway down, it says this privilege. So if somebody, when y'all take this rule up again, or if you do, please strike privilege and replace it with right. And if I have some time, 8A, 8 with the capital A, by the way. This is from Harrison Whitaker. He was on your Rules Committee last time, but he couldn't be here this year, so I'm doing this for him. He says that 8A currently imposes burdensome petition requirements for candidates filing for the office of county chairman in certain counties, potentially creating barriers to entry and hindering the democratic nomination process. The imposition of nominating petition requirements may discourage qualified individuals from seeking leadership positions within the party, limiting the pool of candidates and diminishing the vibrancy of the party's leadership. So please repeal 8, capital A. Thanks.
Question? He's asking for us to strike 8A.
Yes, strike 8A.
Senate District 28, Delegate J. Dickens. Rule 44.
While we're waiting, point of information, Mr. Chair. Ronnie Jones, SD 12. Is Rule 8A amendable, editable? Can we even touch that one?
Yeah, it's a permanent state executive committee rule, so the answer is no.
No, thank you. Just, I heard about Rule 44 in one of the other meetings about the possibility of adding judges to be able to censor judges. I think that's very important to add them to that, and I'm fixing to give you some examples why. I'm an ex-federal agent. Sorry? Oh, you already have? Can I? That's great. Let me give you some support. This might open some doors for other stuff, if you guys don't mind. Some extreme cases of judges mishandling stuff, and this all involves handicap wards. Application for successor guardian pending for 3 years while the protected person lives in their car. Guardian remains appointed despite 3 separate allegations of sexual abuse and having relocated the protected person. Co-guardians have not visited a protected person in 31 years. Application to restore protected person to full capacity filed in 2010, but never heard for over 10 years. That's all cases out there that are current, present cases going on that are published in government records. I dug through the records. These only started being published a few years ago. These are all cases that were presented to the SCJC for action. Again, these are handicap wards, ongoing abuse where judges dropping the ball, and maybe the judge didn't drop the ball in every single case, but there's enough smoke here, there's tons of fire. SCJC's dropping the ball. Appreciate you adding judges to the list, because I approached the SCJC, sent them all these cases, and they said, you know, you don't know how we work. So I go, okay, I'm going to file a complaint on, an official complaint on one of these. Now, SCJC doesn't need a complaint. They can investigate. And this is extreme stuff. I filed a complaint on the one with the person living in the car. And again, I'm having to pull my info from government records, don't have the access to the judge's name. So I said, here, you can go get the judge's name from GAFEP, the state government. All you got to do is pick up the phone. SCJC says, no, we're not going to investigate. And again, this is a ward of the state living in a car and a judge not making a ruling. SCJC says, no, we're not going to investigate because you didn't include the judge's name. I go, make a phone call. That's all you got to do. And again, they had ignored all the rest of these cases. So I appreciate you guys. We need to be able to censor judges. Appreciate that very much. I mean, this is big stuff. So thank you guys.
Senate District 8, Delegate Robert Garza, Rule 44.
A little tall. My name's Robert Garza. I'm from SD8. I believe Rule 44 should be in there. Thank you for doing that. I went through 14 years in family court, had to end up getting the law changed last year. Angela Paxton submitted a bill. It was SB 718, and so had the judges been able to be accountable by, I guess, the parties, I could have had another avenue to go to the parties and show what wasn't being done or followed or against party rules. So this is just another tool. I know that, you know, it's going to be hard to kind of get that avenue to get the judge censored, I guess, by the party, or censured by the party, but at least it's kind of like the belt. It's there if it needs to be done. And so thank you all for doing that. Another thing, that's why Texans for Judicial Accountability, they're here to, in the building. That's why they're also doing what they're doing, is because it's not just particular judges, it's judges all across the board, whether it's criminal law, family law, business, doesn't matter. It is all across the board. So I think the more accountability that you have, the better, whether it's by the parties, whether it's by a group, or the rules. Because right now, judges are not following the rules. There's laws out there that all of you have spent your time doing, like perjury. It's a state jail felony. That law alone, judges do not do in family court. There hasn't been one person in family court in the last 15 years that's been sent to jail for perjury. Criminal law happens all the time. Family court law doesn't. That's one of the problems that we're seeing that stems from all the stuff that we're seeing, is that, if it starts with a false allegation, then it just stems on, and it's a really bad thing. So as long as you can follow the laws, and if a judge is not doing that, I think it's great. Use the belt ideation. They should be censored. But thank you for your time, and thank you for putting that in there.
Okay, Senate District 8, Delegate Jim Pickle, Rule 44.
Jim Pickle, Senate District 8. The thing I love about our party is we can have vociferous disagreements and still love each other. My brother Robert just spoke. I'm going to speak on exactly the opposite of what he just said. And we're still going to love each other after I say this, okay? So that's the best thing about this party. As a judge myself and a lawyer, having to be subjected to possible censure by the Republican Party as an office holder, which is under Rule 44, you guys took out the exception language for judges. I'll tell you why, 3 reasons why it's a bad idea. First reason is rules are basically incentivized. They incentivize people. We want them to be incentivized to do the right thing on penalty of being penalized somehow. Judges have enough on their mind trying to follow the law and the arguments of the lawyers without also having to worry when they make their decision. Am I going to be censured by one of the party principles that I might not even know what they are, and if I do, maybe the law is against those, and that you're going to paralyze the judges in their decision making. Second thing is, I'm not sure it's constitutional that you would require a judge to follow party rules in order to not be censured. And the third reason is, it's a grounds for recusal. If the judge is in his mind making a decision based on being censured by the party, then he's subject to being recused by a party in the case that subscribes to the Democrat Party. So those are all really bad reasons to take out the exception for judges. I agree, by the way, I'm in court every day, all over the state, all over the country, and judges need accountability, 100%. Judicial ethics boards, criminal law, there's a dozen reasons why they are currently held accountable. But to add another layer in there is not actually effective, and as I just said, it's disaffective to a lot of the things that we want judges to be thinking about while they're making their important, difficult decisions. So I urge this body to put that exception back into the rule and let criminal law and judicial ethics do their jobs in a nonpartisan way to rein judges in to make sure that they follow the law. The other thing I will say is, as a judge, we run in partisan elections. But we are expected to be completely nonpartisan as soon as we put on the robe, right? We don't want judges making decisions based on party politics, do we? Don't we want our judges? Isn't that the thing the Republican Party says? We want them doing it based on rule of law? Isn't that what we're always saying? Well, now you're adding another rule. Now you're adding the fact that they have to be concerned about party politics. Don't do that. Not only do they have enough to do, but it's a terrible idea, and it will come back to bite you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Pickle, thank you for coming. Mac Duncan, SD3. Just to exemplify, I and several others here are first time on the Rules Committee, so we want to process this, and we don't have the legal minds of some of our colleagues here. Could you pick one of the priorities that would potentially put a judge in conflict and how that would apply, and then what would you suggest that we do to hold judges accountable during their terms?
Again, I think I'll answer this last question first because it's in my mind. We already are holding them accountable. Judicial ethics holds them accountable. Criminal law holds them accountable. But we don't need the party to also try to hold them accountable. I think that's beyond our purview. That's really not something we should do, even though they do run in partisan races. I don't know what the current priorities, I don't have them memorized in my head, so I would be able to say one that a judge might violate. But the point is, even if he does, and here's the thing too, who decides whether he violated it? Some executive committee in Collin County, that's where I live so I can pick on them, decides that this judge made a ruling that violates one of the principles of the Republican Party. So now you've got some wanked out EC out there criticizing a judge who's supposed to be making his decisions on an impartial basis, and now he's subject to being censured by the party. I mean, I'm not sure something like that would necessarily go through all the way to the SREC, but the risk, again, the incentive, the risk is that judge is going to be thinking about that while he's making his decision. I don't think we need to put that on him.
Understood. And again, just to follow up.
Sorry.
And I'm not challenging. I'm learning. Let's take border security. And a judge rules against something that would enhance Texas's ability to protect its border.
Okay.
That would be an example of violating a legislative priority.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just thinking out loud with you.
I like that. Okay. So the judge is on the bench, and he believes in his judicial mind, federal law trumps state law. He believes in the supremacy clause 100%. So he rules that since federal law does not allow the state to interfere in immigration matters, he denies the extradition of an illegal alien. Right. He denies it because Biden's not enforcing that and Abbott can't. Okay, now who's going to decide whether his decision was legally correct? Because that's what he should be worried about. Is it legally correct? And appellate courts will decide that, not this party. So that's a great example on the border security. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, quick question over
Yes, sir.
here. Yeah, if we were to take or put the judges back into Rule 44.
Exceptions, yes, sir.
Yeah, we do not have a history of judges being held accountable for bad decisions. That just hasn't happened with any significance across the whole state of Texas. So, and part of it's related to political reality. They're down ballot races. They're not very well funded races typically. How would you propose that we actually handle judges that are clearly not qualified or making bad rulings or all that? Because the remedies you mentioned simply don't happen in the vast majority of cases.
Well, ask yourself why they don't happen. Maybe the allegations don't have any foundation. Maybe the people on the Judicial Ethics Board are corrupt. I don't know. I don't know why they don't. But maybe judges aren't violating the rules enough to be held accountable. And the rules they're under right now are the state law and the Constitution. That's the only thing they're worried about violating right now as judges. Now we add another layer on there that we're worried about, violating the legislative priorities. I just don't think we have the authority to do that. That's why the exception is in there. It's in there because judges are a special breed of politician. They're not political animals once they take office like legislators are. They're supposed to be apolitical. They're supposed to be beholden to the rule of law only. If we lay this back on them, now they're beholden to the party again. We're going in a circle. I think we do hold them accountable if they get sanctioned, the judicial ethics. The other thing is they get reversed on appeal. And if a judge has enough reversals on his record, getting reversed all the time because he's not violating the law, that's great fodder for his opponent when he runs against him in the next thing. Look at this judge, 87% of his decisions are reversed on appeal. That's how we hold him accountable, with the law, not with party politics. Yes, sir.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. So, Mr. Pickle, just to clarify, in this scenario, if we have a conservative judge that leans conservative, and he signs off on all of our platform and everything, then a pretty sharp attorney could see that he might lean into a decision that's going to favor the opponent. Would it be that attorney's business to try to get that judge recused or out of that situation, knowing ahead of time that he's probably going to lean into the castle doctrine or to anything else that might affect exactly what's going on?
100%. That's the fear I have.
And also, for everybody that, we talk about appointments, we see on the federal level, the Supreme Court justices, when they're going up before the Senate, what do they talk about? Their political leanings. They're hammered with those by the opposition party, whatever,
Right.
who's trying to ever stop all of that.
I agree.
So that's what you're talking about, is they're basically tipping their hand, and we might, the negative consequence of it is we might drive some of our more conservative-leaning judges out of the arena that way.
That's a bad consequence I hadn't even thought of, but you're right, yeah. Yes, sir.
So I know, Jim, that we were on the opposite side on I don't remember what the issue was.
Oh, we've
but-
been on the opposite side of lots of, we're still friends.
But I
Republicans.
do share, and hearing you talk about the recusal argument was very interesting because I feel like I made the same argument when we were discussing this. When you're talking about being censured for a violation of the principles, isn't it a possibility? One of our principles is personal accountability and responsibility. So it's possible you get ticked off at a judge who gives probation to somebody who stole a loaf of bread, and by God, you believe that everyone who steals has to go to jail for 30 days. And so you launch a violation that judge's decision in that case did not uphold the doctrine or our principles of personal accountability or responsibility, or self-sufficient families, and you order a parent to apply for government-sponsored health care for their child in a family case, which happens every day all around the state. And that violates that. So besides the recusal argument, which I absolutely believe is accurate, when you're talking about sanctioning judges, to what extent do the judicial canons and whatnot provide a safeguard? And which, by the way, the answer to fixing all this is stop electing judges in partisan races and have the governor make appointments with retention elections.
All in favor?
Yeah. And the reason that we don't do that is because the political consultants wouldn't have as many campaigns to run. And so they convince legislatures not to vote for that. But don't you think this opens up a can of worms for case-by-case grievances that happen to involve party loyalists that turn us against a judiciary that, on the whole, is doing a decent job?
100%. Couldn't say it better myself.
Okay, we need to wrap this one up. Randy?
Hi, Randy Dunning, SD2. I find that all these arguments surrounding this that appeal to the man who stole a loaf of bread are so tangential. Nobody would engage in one of these actions based upon that. What bothers me is we have judges on the left who can get away with anything, and when our judges start shifting left, we have no way to stop that. This is what I see this as being. I also reject the recusal argument because you could extend that to say, well, they ran on the Republican platform because they are a Republican, have an R after their name, and they can be recused because they ran as a Republican, and the Republicans have this, that, and the other thing in their platform. So, no, I think this is still a tool that we need, and I'm going to continue to support it.
We were going to close off questions at that point. Thanks, Jim, again. Wonderful job the other Monday. So, okay, we'll go to the next testifier.
Okay, Rustin Wright, SD 30, Rule 44. Rustin?
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Do we have access to our current draft as amended? Okay, I'm grateful for that. I'm just being asked by some delegates for that, so I just didn't know if we could put out a time estimate.
I don't believe we can put a time out yet.
Okay.
But I would remind your constituents that we finish a full day ahead of time based on normal schedules. So we're actually ahead of the game. We just don't have the final draft.
Oh, yes, I have reminded them. But I appreciate I do want to make a comment right now, if it's okay. I'm so grateful for everybody you and everybody who's sitting up there with you for all of their volunteer time and attention to detail. Thank you so much.
I'm just happy the big rocks going first seem to work pretty well.
Great strategy.
So,
Point of order.
yeah, David.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible even for us to just get a dirty copy for our own use?
I don't believe that would be well advised yet. We're still putting, for example, the 15 Virgil amendments that were passed kind of en masse. Those are still getting merged into the document. There's some things like that I think it would confuse the fact if we sent out something that was premature.
Point of information.
They're hurrying. Yeah, yes, sir. One more.
Thank you very much, Mike Snyder, SD 9. It was brought to my attention, and I understand it's still a draft in work, but I was also apprised that the one that we're looking at on Rule 44 still has the exemption for judges in it. Is that being corrected? Is that being removed?
Yes, I believe that one's already been corrected, but if it hasn't, yes, that's part of it.
I think Dave is the one who spotted it and said that it was still in that draft. So that's on Rule 44 where we took out the exemption for judges.
Correct.
Yeah, it remained in a paragraph that was after the penalty number 3. There was a paragraph.
Okay. Well, this will be a good mental tab for you to check that one for sure.
And kind of relating to Kristen's personal comments earlier, we don't want to create confusion among the delegates right now by getting inaccurate copies going out convention-wide, because the delegates are getting here now.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order.
Let's see who we are.
Point of order. I just wanted to make sure that we are adhering to the time limits for the speakers.
We are with a couple of extensions, Jim Pickle and Scott Bowen.
Thank you. I didn't hear the extension, but that's fine.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Mac Duncan, SD3. Can the speaker speak to the time frame today, our schedule, and will there be time for some amendments that we talked about yesterday trying to get in today?
There will likely be some time for that. We will, it'll be by committee vote. It will be by a rule by rule, not opening the entire document up, a rule by rule, opening it up by committee vote if we choose to do that. We don't have a time certain for leaving. We could certainly set one. I think we got enough done yesterday that that it would be reasonable to set a time certain to end all debate and do a final as amended vote on any that might happen to get through that gauntlet. I'm not going to suggest a time yet, but I would suggest that we don't leave it at 11 o'clock or 9 o'clock or anything like that even.
Senate District 22, Delegate Ian Kamato. Rustin, is Rustin back in the room? Okay, Rustin's back.
Rustin Wright, Senate District 30. I kind of missed out. Was Rule 44 were judges made exempt or not? Because currently there is absolutely no accountability for our judges. And this is such a simple way for us as a party to hold them accountable. If judges want to run as a Republican, they need to be held accountable to our rules too. It's that simple. If they don't want to, run as a Democrat. Run as an independent. It's so simple. We have to hold our judiciary accountable. Our judiciary is disgraceful. And it's even worse when it's our own Republicans that are doing it. So please do not let them be exempt to this rule.
Okay, Senate
Mr.
District.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
May I ask Mr. Wright some questions? Mr. Wright, thank you for being here today. Can you tell us about your experience with the judiciary and some issues that you've had?
Absolutely. So I've had two judges, Judge Will Baird in Lamar County, as well as Judge Graham Quisenberry in Parker County, issue orders in my case.
Rustin, I can't hear you well.
Hold the microphone closer to the microphone. Sorry. So I had two judges, Will Baird in Lamar County, as well as Graham Quisenberry in Parker County, issue illegal orders in my case without jurisdiction. And there was absolutely nothing that I could do about it. And literally it terminated my rights to my son his entire high school years. I mean, it's probably the most severe psychological and emotional child abuse that a kid could go through. He was sent off to a reform boarding school his entire freshman year of high school, and then he was sent off to an all-boys Catholic boarding school in Omaha, Nebraska, his sophomore, junior, and senior year of high school. And those judges have seen absolutely no repercussions whatsoever. I mean, those are the types, and they're Republicans. These are Republican judges. They should be removed from the bench. They should be criminally prosecuted. I should be able to sue them. My son should be able to sue them civilly. There has to be accountability for our judges, and there currently is none whatsoever. The only accountability at this point is me getting up here and speaking to you all and letting everyone know the atrocities that happen in our courts.
Can you speak about your case a little bit more? How often did that judge follow up with your son?
How often did what?
Did the judge follow up with your son?
Did he follow
his case? Right. Did he visit? Did he follow up with him at all? Or
no, my son was actually shackled in the hallway of the Parker County Courthouse and taken to the Dallas Juvenile Detention Center overnight. The judge issued a no contact order against me, and the mother took him to a reform boarding school his entire freshman year of high school. And that void, no contact order, stayed in place until my son aged out of the system.
Your time has expired.
Can I ask one question, or is it out of order? Mr. Wright, where is your son today?
He's here with us. He's not currently in this building, but he would be happy to come up here and testify to all of you as well. He testified yesterday in the Priorities Committee. I was really proud of him. He's a great kid, very kind, polite, smart, but after what he went through, he's a completely different child now. He's a lot more introverted. He doesn't trust, authority like the police or judges or anything like that from what he's gone through. And this is what happens in our family courts. Our family courts are atrocious. They violate parents and children's fundamental rights all day, every day. And it's because attorneys are going down to our legislature and they're making laws to financially benefit themselves. I mean, we need our family code completely rewritten, protecting parent-child relationships as fundamental rights. We need 50-50 as a starting point. We need to end no-fault divorce, and none of those things can happen unless there's judicial accountability as well. Thank you all.
Senate District 22 in Camato, 11B, Rule 8.
Hi, Ian Camacho, or Camacho. Turn the whole thing off. All right, so I'm going to give you a little break from 44, which you're going to be hearing all day. My stuff is really just kind of about closing loopholes. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Ian Camacho, SD 22, and McLennan County, go Waco. And I really want to make sure that we're closing loopholes, no matter how seemingly small. We're enforcing the rules, because we are a party of rules. This is a very small one. I think this should be a very easy change. Under 11, subsection B, if we would add the word "or alternate" after the word "delegate," because as of right now, it says if a challenge is upheld by the convention, which hears the challenge, that officer or committee chairman shall be removed from serving as a delegate, and I would add "or alternate" to any convention of the party, any level for the rest of the year. That way, it's effectively a ban. Under 14A, they cannot attend the convention, especially if that person is intentionally violating rules. That way, it's just, if someone's going to try and get away with rules somewhere, they're going to try and find it, and they're taking somebody else's spot to be an alternate. So there's just a little loophole to close on that one. I suggest you add "or alternate" after the word "delegate." And the other one is 8N2, which is about misconduct in office. I feel conflicted on this one because the state law does kind of conflict. Personally, I like your guys' rule, but the state law for election code 171029A says 4 or more is the cause for removal for a precinct chair or a county chair. Personally, I like 2. I think 2 is much better, but it is in conflict with the law. There's also a legal precedent for this in Wyoming, 2023 last year. The party was doing that for no-shows, and it went to the Supreme Court of Wyoming, and they lost because they said that is not, it's in their, and also, it would be kind of in conflict with some of our other rules here. I see this also does touch on SREC rules, so perhaps it might be better to suss that out and say something like failing to attend 2 consecutive meetings for SREC members and 4 for precinct chairs and county chairs, just so it's in line with the law. That's really it. I'm just trying to, I would love to get it 2. I think our legislators should make it 2. It would have people more showing up, but until then, that's just kind of what we got. So, any questions, I'm happy to answer that, but hopefully that's clear. That's it. So, all right, thank you.
Senate District 3, Delegate Daniel Hunt, Rule 44.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to address y'all all again. Rule 44, y'all did a really good job of putting some good teeth in Rule 44 over the last couple of days. One other thing I really would like to encourage you to consider. I'll give you an example. We directly, in Henderson County, elect 2 state reps. We're a split county. We directly elect our governor, our lieutenant governor, people of that nature. And under Rule 44, we're allowed to censure those people. There's another elected official who is elected out of a different district, but who has as much or more impact on us than our lieutenant governor, and that is the Speaker of the Texas House. But in Henderson County, we do not vote for that person directly. He is in a different House district. I am asking y'all to add the words to allow any county in the state of Texas to be able to censure the Speaker of the Texas House. That would allow us to have some teeth in any county to censure this person who does represent us and makes very important decisions that affect us. So I'm asking that y'all make that change. Another issue that I've heard several people speak on is this is not Rule 44. This is the, and I don't remember the rule number, the one that gives that formally gave the exception to judges signing off on the platform review. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney for 21 years. I'm also the county chair in Henderson County. I can tell you no judge in Henderson County is going to sign anything saying how they feel about our platform. They're just not going to do it. And this is a rule. Them not doing it, can't censure them for that. You can only censure them for violating our principles, platform, or priorities. So it's not enforceable. Could they be censured because they violate our platform or priorities or that? Such, yes, they could. But there is zero teeth in the rule y'all have made. There's no point in taking or in not accepting the judges from that, because judges aren't going to do it. They just don't. They won't. They can't, because it's a violation of their judicial oath and the canons of judicial conduct. They can't do it. Certainly.
Mike Snyder, SD9. You say that we can go ahead and censor them, just like we have voted to do in this committee.
Yes.
My suggestion to you is you suggest that there are no teeth to that. But I come from a county, Tarrant County, where every member of our judiciary in Tarrant County is a Republican. Every elected person in Tarrant County is a Republican.
Same in Henderson. Yes.
And my point to you is this. If an election has happened in the next cycle and it comes up that judge, be it you or whoever, is indeed, they've been censured because they violated the state principles,
yes,
then indeed I would suggest to you that the teeth is in the perception of the electorate, and they will go, not again, and then you become an unelected judge. So I would suggest that the notion that just because they won't sign a piece of paper that says, I agree with your legislative priorities, is not something that they will sign. Whether they sign or not, because they have a big red R by their name, they have in essence signed it, and the public will hold them accountable. I suggest to you that would be teeth.
I agree. The censure portion is good in its teeth. What I'm saying is your rule that says they're violating a rule if they don't complete the platform review, there's nothing there. There's nothing that can be done about that.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
That itself is not censurable.
Yes, sir. We're actually out of time on the speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Dwayne Wright, SD5. Are we debating with the testimony?
No,
or?
that is not the intent. That is not the intent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tim, real quick.
Just a final comment. I do think Mike's point is well taken. In our organization, we've been vetting judicial candidates for years. We put together a special questionnaire that was developed for us by a Texas Supreme Court justice. And many of those candidates we approach say, I can't fill that out.
Right.
And my point is, we use that and we say, they would not fill out the questionnaire. They would not respond to that. And that becomes a way to hold them accountable at the ballot box.
Well, just because they don't fill it out doesn't mean that they're not a Republican and going to follow the law. I agree with what Mr. Pickle said earlier. It would they literally, if they are saying, I agree with this platform plank, and whatever that issue is then comes before their court as an issue in a case, they're going to have to recuse themselves because they've previously taken a position on that issue. So they're not going to do it. I'm just telling you they're not going to do it.
I understand. I'm just saying that we have a response at the ballot box to say in a campaign
Oh yeah,
they refuse
there
to
are
respond.
other ways. Right, there are other ways to hold them.
Okay, thank you, and we are out of.
Point of information, please.
Well, we're out of time on that, and to Dwayne's point, we're not debating these speakers. We're trying to hear from the speakers. I think it'd be a good practice moving forward if we not turn 3 minutes into 5 or 6 or 10 minutes for the remaining delegates. We've not quite gotten through half of the list.
Mr. Chair.
And we've got a hard lunch coming up. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted a clarification on this, because he was saying that the Speaker of the House would not be included in this. Is it not? Because it says the public office holder representing all or a portion of that county. Does the Speaker of the House not included in that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The Speaker of the House currently represents House District 21, which is Orange, Jasper, and portion of Jefferson County. I am not in any of those counties, but the Speaker of the House, that's his representative district. But as Speaker of the House, he represents the entire state.
True, but now it's considered all, and before it was they only represented the representative.
Use your microphone. They can't hear you. I'm sorry.
It currently says now all, where before it was only from those representatives from that district. So that's where I'm a little confused as does that include the speaker?
Yeah,
I was under the impression it was when we voted on it.
What has happened recently is there have been other counties that have taken up censure resolutions, particularly on speaker candidates outside of their districts. Where this comes into play is that there's no mechanism currently for that censure to go forward to the SREC and for potential penalties to occur.
That's my position also. If it doesn't say that a county outside of their direct, the voters who directly elect that person, then the SRC isn't even going to consider it. If it doesn't say specifically in the platform that, or in the rules that we can do that.
Can I make a motion in order to clarify this then in our rules?
No, not at this
44?
time.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I appreciate the committee work. Thank you.
Okay, Senate District 1, Delegate Craig, Lizzciard. Craig McCarty. Here, Craig. Here he comes.
Craig McCarty from Senate District 1. First, I want to thank you for giving delegates time to give testimony this morning. The first thing I want to address is something that I'm sure grinds all of our gears. We have laws, and we have rules that when people violate those, many times the consequences that are in the law for breaking the law, those consequences are just ignored. The entity that's supposed to enforce the rules just doesn't have the political will to do it. Plenty of examples we could, all the way from Trump impeached for a phone call, and then you've got Biden and all of the rest with getting away scot-free, right? But from D.C. all the way down to the local parties, there are plenty of examples of those who wield power and will just selectively enforce bits and pieces occasionally, but only when it suits their own selfish, personal, political agenda.
People with integrity simply must do better. And so I believe that we need to add a sentence into the rules, and it could either go at the very beginning of Rule 1 or in Rule 8A. I'll read 8A and then give you the additional sentence. The SREC and other entities created by any bylaws or rules shall comply with and be established in accordance with these rules. And if we add a sentence to that, it would say, the SREC shall have the responsibility to enforce the adopted rules, bylaws, and other rules incorporated by reference at all levels of the party by impartially imposing the relevant statutory remedies. In other words, if you're the entity that's supposed to govern the party in between conventions, then govern the party in between conventions. All right. Secondly, when it comes to legislative priorities, this would be in Rule 34C. Someone said earlier that if everything's a priority, then nothing is a priority, and I totally get that. Making the entire platform, having 274 priorities would be foolish. It's not practical, but I do believe that given the current state of affairs, where our society is crumbling all around us, it seems like every few days there's another front opening up in the second Civil War that we find ourselves in. In fact, Brett Rogers, my legislative priorities rep from SD1, created a website to poll delegates what legislative priorities are important to you. And there's over 24 things on there, and they're all different. And I was just blown away at how many critical issues that we're fighting in order to conserve and retain our republic. The other side keeps lighting new fires constantly, and forgive me for being blunt, but we'd be derelict to just let some things burn down while we focus on fewer fires. I think we need to update 34C and increase the number of legislative priorities. I know it won't go into effect until 2 years from now, unless there's a way to figure out how to make it work. But instead of 15 from the committee and 8 from the floor going to the legislature, we get 24 and 12 or 30 and 15. I'd be in favor of giving 15 legislative priorities to the 89th legislature, especially since we've got such an incredible opportunity right now with the turnover coming. The conservatives that won, they're driving the bell curve really far to the right. And while we've got the opportunity, we need to go big or go home. So Rules Committee members, thank you for your service. Please fix this and give delegates a louder megaphone to the tone deaf in Austin. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig.
Senate District 3, Delegate Rhonda Ward. Rule 16.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Ward, Senate District 3, and I'm speaking to Supplemental Rule 16. And my impression is supplemental rules take effect at this convention. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I just think that once this is adopted, we will have less than about 36 hours to train our volunteer Senate District chairs on how to properly do this. I also think that it's going to take up a lot of time in our SDs to do this. You'll be voting on committee man, committee woman, as well as chair and vice chair. And as we know, we have a lot of people running for chair, vice chair. And in some of our SDs, we have a lot of people running for SREC. Then we get to the floor, and it's going to further delay that. And I would venture to say most of our delegates are here to vote for platform and legislative priorities. And if we keep kicking that can down the road, a lot of them are going to be leaving on Saturday, and I feel like they're going to be disenfranchised. They will not have, this will have gone so long, they will not be able to vote on what they came here to vote on, which is for platform and legislative priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Senate District 4, Delegate Elisa Eaton. Rule 32.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Senate District 17, can we call the next 2 or 3 people that are giving testimonies so that it would be a lot faster?
Yes, we can do that. So who's next at this point?
Next would be Scott Owen. He's already gone. Okay. Lottie. Prectimaladi. Okay. Delegate Eric Blake. Oh, okay. KAVIS FIRS.
I think that's Davis Ward.
That's Steve 24. Is she here?
He's next door on the LP.
Oh, he's next door.
Oh, he just went to the bathroom. He's here.
You want me to go ahead? My name is Elise Eaton. I'm from SD4. I'm asking you to reconsider the wording of Rule 32, which, as amended yesterday, now limits access to the elected delegate and alternate lists. Limiting access to delegate and alternate lists prevents those elected to participate in the state convention from having information provided to them. Just as your committee members' contact information is published to invite comments from the delegates, the delegate alternate list should be more open to invite information, discussion, and debate. As a delegate or alternate, you are elected from your county or senatorial convention to vote on important matters at the state convention. If an elected delegate or alternate does not desire to fully participate in this process and have their information shared, then perhaps they should not seek to attend as an elected delegate or alternate. There's a choice to attend as a guest, and your information would remain entirely private. As an elected delegate or alternate, you have a duty to fully participate, and that participation relies on access to information. This information can be provided only by expanding the currently amended Rule 32 and allowing more access to that information so that that information can be distributed to the elected delegates and alternates. Please reconsider the current amended Rule 32 and expand the ability to release the elected delegate and alternate lists so that relevant issues related to the state convention can be distributed to those elected delegates and alternates who will be voting on important matters during the state convention.
Okay, Eric Blake, Joe Palmer, Bob Steinhagen.
Davis Ward is here.
All right, Eric Blake, SD 2022, Ellis County as a delegate. Last night, the committee voted to gut Rule 32 so that the list of party delegates is not accessible outside of official party purposes. I am acquainted with somebody who ran for party chair a few conventions ago and had a very difficult time trying to get her message across because she could not get a list of party participants and had an unfair disadvantage compared to the incumbent who had access to that list and did use that list. The reason that the rule was changed a few years ago to allow all candidates for SREC, all candidates for chair and vice chair, to have access to the delegate list prior to convention is so that they could get their message out to the delegates who opted in. You do have the opt-in phrase. If you want to strike that, that's one thing, but then I think you need to reconsider and add wording that very strongly says that an incumbent shall not use the list for campaigning purposes. You either give the access to everybody or you need to take away improper use of that access to people campaigning. Also, on Rule capital 8A, it says it's a permanent SREC rule. Per Rule 1D, which means SREC says it cannot be modified by the body, but according to State Election Code 163.004A28, a permanent rule can only be adopted by the SREC if expressly required or authorized by statute to adopt that rule outside of convention. I can't find any statute in Texas Election Code that requires a signature petition for county chair. It is an optional thing. It is up to the party which counties require it or not, but I don't see why we can't touch that rule anymore ever since we divorced ourselves from Texas Election Code 2 years ago. I don't see why the SREC demands that we can't strike Rule capital 8A.
Okay, Joe Palmer, Boss Steinhagen, and Jay Cullen. Joe Palmer here?
Davis Ford, who has stepped out of the room, is in line over here.
Bob Stein. Oh, okay.
We can't hear when you don't use the microphone.
David on. Okay, David, okay.
Hi there, I'm Davis Ford. I know my name sounds like a car dealership, but that's what my mama called me. I'm Senate District 24, and I'm just here because I want to make a point that if our platform should be treated with such contempt as to be ignored like it typically is, we all ought to just go home, right? Well, we have Rule 43. I happen to be the author of that rule from years ago. Rule 43 says basically, if you are running for office as a Republican in the state of Texas, you shall be given a hard copy of the Republican Party platform, and you're asked to read it. And not only that, you're asked to say whether or not you agree, disagree, or undecided on each line item in the party platform. Now, apparently, when I wrote that article years ago, we only had a 25-page long platform. Now it's 33, 34 pages, something like that. And apparently that's still too much to read. So we have priorities, which gives some shorter list of important things. And I'm on the priority committee right now. But I am here because I think we ought to give some enforcement to this. I just came from running for office in District 55, and there was one person that had $2 million to spend, another person $2.5 million to spend on the campaign, and all we heard about was 2 items. Well, we have quite a few items in the platform, and those 2 items were important, but we should be able to see more completely what a candidate actually stands for. So I'm here to say that Republican Party Rule 43 needs to be amended a little bit, since we don't have to abide by all the rules, regulations, codes, and ordinances now that the state legislature will put upon us. That what we need to do is continue our Rule 43 as it sits, that everybody gets a hard copy, and by the way, that's largely ignored. People need, county chairmen need to be told, you need to do this. District chairmen need to be told, you need to do this. But we need to make it a requirement that they actually read the platform and mark their platform, agree, disagree, undecided, leave it blank, I don't care, but turn it back in as a requirement to be put on the ballot. Because that would stop a lot of this stuff, because everyone runs as a conservative, pro-life, pro-gun, pro-Christian, conservative Republican when they're running for office. And we had a really good representative years ago. I won't mention Molly White's name, but anyway, she was A-rated by all the good, true conservative watchdog groups in the state. And we had somebody else with a lot of money run against her, and he had a 38% conservative rating. So we need to add to Rule 43 that we make this mandatory to turn in a responding rule document to get onto to be able to run for office. So I'd like to see that change put in.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Palmer, Bob Steinhagen, Hagen, and Jay Cullen. I know where Joe is. Here we go. Yeah, Joe, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'd like to speak, I just got out of the car relatively not too long ago. I want to speak on the proposed, can you hear me? I would like to speak on the proposed rule, Joe Palmer, SD9. I would like to speak on the proposed rule to give the SREC the authority to add additional legislative priorities. I don't think this is a good idea. I'm not going to repeat things that are already said, except for one thing that was a very good point, and it was we don't want to water down what we give to the legislature. I'm a grassroots guy. I'm an activist. I got kicked out of a school board meeting several months ago. We sued the school board in Fort Worth. We're against the curriculum. We're against the expenditures, the bonds. I'm a grassroots guy. I'm a bottom-up guy, and that's what this party needs to be. The delegates need to have the final say, and they need to have a powerful say, and that's what these conventions are for. You can go listen to John Cornyn if you want to, Ted Cruz, that's great, but the meat and potatoes is the platform and the legislative priorities. It needs to be concise, it needs to be limited in scope. I'm agreeing with all that, but it needs to come from the delegates. I don't understand why the chair, I don't understand why people will come in here and try to sell. Just consider the selling with which this is being pitched to you. We don't need to do this. Where's this coming from? It's not coming from the delegates. This is the first time I've heard this is today. Thank you.
Bob? Thanks, Joe.
Howdy, my name is Bob Steinhagen, SD2. And I want to thank all of you for your time. What's interesting is a lot of the discussion today, I'm here to talk about Rule 45. A lot of the discussion today has been on 44. What is happening in Texas is that there are people who are creating political action committees so that they can have a presence or a voice, and they can inject themselves into the political process as this political action committee. They file no financial disclosure statements, and they basically walk away. What's most frustrating is there are some of those people have been leaders in our party. Precinct chairmen, for instance, have actually done this. And every election cycle, they create a new PAC, and they walk away. Now, of course, there's laws against that, right? But as Rule 44 is highlighted, what is happening to enforce these rules? It's nothing. And so Rule 44, I'm the author of it that I created 4 years ago called the Clean Hands Rule for Party Officers. And it's simply saying that if you're going to engage in election violations, you need to have all of that cleaned up or you are ineligible to serve. The whole point of a political action committee or any kind of election activity is openness and transparency. I think we all agree about that. And what this method of creating PACs is doing is basically allowing people within the Republican Party to hide behind a political action committee rather than just saying, hey, I am this person and here is who I am supporting. So I ask, it's my understanding that you guys have already voted to remove this from the rules. And I would love to have a conversation with those of you who feel that it's unnecessary. And if you want to make it stronger, great. If you want to make it more clear, fine. I would just ask that you not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And finally, on Rule 43, I have a show, The Bunker Bob Show, and I do candidate forums. And one of the things that I do on that forum is I ask every candidate running for Republican office to read the platform and tell us where you stand for or against it. This is in the primary, and that has been a very good tool. I agree that we should not be funding races or anyone who calls himself a Republican. The state party should not support or fund anyone who is not willing to at least acknowledge and identify where they disagree with the party platform. And there were years where, and I see Tim Lambert back there, that I disagreed with the party on education issues when George Bush was governor. We disagreed with him on issues. But, and you can do that amicably, but those things should be disclosed. So thank you for your time, and I apologize for going over time. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, Jay Cullen, Chris Bird, Kathy Jackson.
Yes, Jim Cullison, SD1, alternate.
Yes, sir.
Members of the committee, I come before you to say that my testimony has been stolen by one of the prior members. One of the prior members that was just before you read what I plan to present. So I second Mr. Liccardi's testimony. I have got a printout, and I'll pass it around. Briefly, this is on the SRAC has the ability to oversee implementation of all our rules. SRAC members need to feel they have the authority to enforce our rules. If someone is cheating in the SRAC, there should be a point of order. They know that, they follow that. But if someone's cheating at a county party, especially not their county, they often hesitate to intervene. This addition could be placed as a compliance with our rules as part of 8A. It could be placed with Rule 1, right at the top, that defines what the rules are. I'm ambiguous on where it should go, but I would like the SRAC members to be able to point to the place in the rules that says they are responsible for following the rule of law and making sure the rest of us follow the rule of law. This is not a hard ask, but it's a little bit meta. It's difficult to get people to want to do it. In other testimony, I do agree 43 should be mandatory. I would ask that you make, when someone fills out the 43 data, it needs to be put on the party website at the state level. Some counties don't have a website, and some county chairs don't want to put that data on their website. I'd like the 43 platform review data to be on the state party website, please. I appreciate you folks. I will use the balance of my time to hand a handout out, but if you want to pick up another speaker, that's fine, sir.
Okay, Chris Bird, Kathy Jackson, Hunter Bonner.
Good afternoon, Patriots. Good to see many of you, and I appreciate your hard work, not only just today and yesterday and tomorrow and so forth, but all the work that you've done leading up to this. I had a couple of comments. I did hear Chairman Scott Bowen's comments, and I wanted to say in regards to 34th C, I wanted to say that I echo those, I support those, but I wanted to mention two things as some examples. One is, y'all may recall last 2 years ago, we had as a priority banning dim chairs. Well, within a week of the session beginning, that particular legislative priority was made redundant because, you know, it was finished. So we didn't have the opportunity within the SREC to elevate number 9, perhaps, or anything else. So keep in mind that that kind of stuff can happen. It has happened, and it could happen again. I do agree that the SREC should have some very limited flexibility to adjust that. The other thing is, I'll make mention, right now, what's being considered in the ledge is a priority, which essentially says that legislation should be passed that protects the Constitution. Well, that's nonsensical. There is no way that legislation can protect the Constitution. So if we end up with a legislative priority that, and that, by the way, that happens to deal with gambling, but my comment is not about gambling. By the way, if that sort of thing happens and we find some particular legislative priority to be problematic, then I think the flexibility would come into play and be very handy for that. The other thing I was going to mention, I also agree with Mr. Ford on his comments on Rule 43. I think it should be strengthened. I've actually provided some suggestive language to Ms. Bentley for that. I do think that that is another way for us to tighten up who is actually on our ballot. And lastly, I encourage you to revisit your proposed 46 for the purposes of making it a little shorter and not including any language that's already law. Every single word that is in Rule 46 is subject to litigation if that day and time comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Jackson, Hunter Bonner, Scott Homer. Kathy. Katie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Katie Jackson, Senate District 18, Delegate, incoming County Chair. First of all, thank you all for all the hard work you're doing. I may not agree with it, but that's okay because we're all adults, so we can agree to disagree. But I do want to say some very pertinent things. First of all, gentlelady from SD1, thank you so much this morning for talking about this is not ranked choice voting, because it's not. And as a member of the VFW, for those of you who are interested, we have been doing this type of voting for years. It actually shortens it. The nice thing is you take that stack, I'm talking about supplemental rules 10 and 16. Take that 6-person stack and someone who thinks they're going to win and they only get 10% may just go ahead and drop out on their own on that first round, and we may go from 6 to 2. You never know what's going to happen. And it gives us a chance to look at everyone. So please do not change the verbiage in Supplemental Convention 10 and 16. I originally wanted to talk about, I think it's 34C is the one we've been arguing about, where the SRC would be able to add priorities. I've heard in this committee from the time I started here 2 days ago until today, until right now, that it's all about the grassroots and delegates. Well, it either is or it isn't. You can't have it both ways. It either is or it isn't. Either the delegates choose 8 or the delegates choose 10. It's not the SREC gets to pick and choose. Not that I don't trust them to do their job, but it's either the delegates and the grassroots or it's the SREC decide. One or the other, not both. Okay, now I do understand that, yeah, property taxes, blah, 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 blah. If this committee was to take every what if that I've heard about over the last 2.5 days into account, our rules would be 4,000 pages long and would require an attorney to interpret it. Me as a delegate, I am supposed to be able to interpret it, and I will read it literally. Not figuratively, not the intent, not the spirit, literally. Please keep that in mind. Literal interpretation works best. I hope and pray that you all get all of this done, get a chance to sleep tonight, maybe.
Thank you.
And we go ahead and take care of party business starting tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Hunter Bunner, Scott Homer, and Dwayne Wright.
Everybody hear me okay? Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Members, thank you for your service here. I'm here to, I'm sorry? Hunter Bonner, SD1. I'm also the county chair-elect for Marion County, and I'm here to speak regarding 8A. It has been said since I've been sitting here that this is a rule you cannot touch, and I think every member of this committee needs to ask themselves why. The title of our rules says, I'm going to take my glasses off, General Rules for All Conventions and Meetings. You guys are making that decision today. Accept that rule. Why? I'll tell you why that 8A needs, I speak to strike that rule completely from our rules, and I'm going to tell you why. You're looking at an example of somebody who was victim of that because it is ripe for abuse. Because you have to basically go and you file for an application for a place on the ballot, and then I've got to go get permission from a couple of people in my county. If those people don't like me, they can say, well, you can't run for that office. But if I want to run for state representative, I don't need anybody else's permission. I just file the application and pay the fee, and I'm off to the races. So why do we have a different set of standards for the office of county chair than we do for somebody running for state representative, Congress, or even the U.S. Senate? And I said this at our county conventions whenever I sent this rule change up to strike it. I said it is un-American and it is frankly un-Texan that I have to get permission from a small body of people to run for a party office. And whenever you consider this in light of the rules that were passed here recently, or the proposed rule to close our primaries, it makes this redundant because you're already being vetted. And I understand where the origin of this rule comes from. But I want to thank Mr. Snyder, who made a comment yesterday that says sometimes things get difficult, but you have to leave it up to the voters to make that decision. So if you've got somebody who is a nutcase, somebody who's a rhino, somebody who's masquerading as a Republican or something like that, leave it up to the voters to make that decision for county chair. Because when I ran for it, I came this close to not being able to meet those requirements because somebody said, you know what, I'm just not available right now. I'm just not available. I've been voting Republican since I was 18 years old. And folks, you're deciding on all rules, not just a few of them. And 8 alpha is not some absolute rule that cannot be touched. I really would encourage you all to revisit this and say, yes, we can make a decision on this. There's not one set of rules and then another set of rules that you can't touch. Thank you very much for your service and time. God bless you all.
Mr. Chairman, what rule number was he talking about? 8A? Oh, got it.
Apologize, that was 8 alpha, 8A.
Thank you.
Scott Hummel. Dwayne Wright, and then...
Hi there, Scott Hummel from Senate District Number 1, temporarily retired county chair, re-elected again, and will be sworn back in for my 3rd term in June. I'm here not to represent myself. I'm here today as a voice for those of my county executive committee and a lot of the citizens in Lamar County who were very, very frustrated, like everybody in this room was, I hope, when we watched the 88th legislation take place. What am I here for? Rule 4044. One very specific hard line. You've heard this from a bunch of people. I understand that. But this is coming from my constituents. We have to make sure, through the frustrations of what just happened, that a certain office in this state is not protected anymore by those of us in the rest of the state. Speaker of the House of the state of Texas was protected by censure by only 3 counties. I was a county chair who wrote and demanded and sent a letter of resignation to our current Speaker of the House because I could not censor him. But he was also a voice that was also representing my district, because now he represents, or that person, that position represents the whole state. The job and the task you have at hand is immense. It really is. It's going to shape the future of Texas politics. It's going to shape the future of what goes on. And not only do the Speaker of the House needs to have a very specific line, but I want to add the Secretary of State. And get back to the judges. The judges need to be held accountable. Right now, our current Speaker laughed at every single one of you in this room, because here's why. As a member of the Legislative Priorities Committee 2 years ago, I know what hard work it is and the time and effort you guys have to put into this. But for somebody to stand up there and say, I am not going to follow our legislative priorities or our platform or our rules, why do we have these committees in the first place? If we can't hold them accountable to these committees, to our platform, to our priorities, and to our rules, why do we even bother? Let's just do it like the Democrats do. Let's go out and party and not write anything up. Okay? But we're different. And we will make a change. And the job that you have, the task that this Rules Committee has on that and getting Rule 44 correct is intense. And the fact that you are putting the judges in there, I applaud you. Don't let anybody come up here and say, hey, we don't need to be held accountable. Every one of you at your jobs, you're held accountable, guaranteed 100%. Don't let them off the hook. Right now, when it comes to our family judicial system, it's a $5.8 billion a year business in the state of Texas, and those judges are not held accountable. If a judge doesn't want to sign, he wants to run as a Republican. They said, the one gentleman was up here saying, well, we're not into politics. Then why do judges go to the state house and testify for bills and laws? As far as I'm concerned, that judge just became political. If a judge who wants to run as a Republican because he knows in that area that's the ticket to run on, and he can't agree with our platform, see you, have a nice day. Because all the work these people put in here at these conventions to write our rules, our platform, and our priorities, y'all just got slapped in the face. And enough's enough. It's time for the Republican Party to stand up, stand strong, and hold all our elected officials accountable the party platform, and the priorities. And with that, I thank all of you, and I am done.
Question, Mr. Speaker? Time for a question?
Sure.
One quick.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Mac Duncan, SD3. What are your thoughts on all of the House of Representatives and Senators being included in that?
No. Okay, that's a great can of worms you opened up, and I'm glad you brought it up. It has to be very specific. Let's not make a mistake and allow District 1 may not like District 10's rep. So District 1's group cannot go after District 10's rep, because that rep represents that district area. The Speaker of the House now represents the whole state of Texas. So yes, make sure that that's written so solid that that can't happen.
But would that representative from District 10 be making decisions statewide?
Potentially, yes. But he's only representing his district. So he's only a vote. Whereas, just look at the Speaker of the House. He controls, correct?
Understood.
And right now, he's not held accountable. There's no accountability for our Speaker of the House, whoever it's going to be now or in the future.
Trust me, I totally agree with you. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that, because the people at that level are making decisions for the entire state.
That is correct. But they're going to answer to their district, whereas right now the Speaker of the House only answers to whose counties to which he has been voted in as a district rep.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
One more on the list. I can't read it. Dwayne, I'm sorry.
Been in the medical field too long. My
Before you
handwriting
get
sucks.
started, Dwayne, do we have anybody else signed up to testify on presumably a new list in the back? Maybe if we could bring that list forward and start a new one?
Yes, my name is Dwayne Wright, SD5. I'm county chairman in San Jacinto County. I wanted to speak specifically to Rule 44 and the removal of the judicial candidates. And I appreciate the passion. I worked as a paralegal in family law, so you know how emotionally charged family law can be. The reason it's been 8 years since I testified in this convention, but one of my colleagues' flippant dismissal of a recusal argument inspired me to come up here and educate you that there is another side to that coin. I do not get to see my granddaughters, Kaylin and Ashlyn, because of a judge. So I'll tell you briefly what happened. We sued for custody, went before a district judge who was very Republican, very involved in the Republican Party. The defendant's attorney pushed for disqualification. The judge recused under pressure of that. So then what happens? Thank you, Brazos County, for sending me a sit-in judge, fill-in judge, alternate, whatever you want to call them. I don't know the technical term for those guys. But the visiting judge was a Democrat. He had lost a local race, got hammered by the grassroots in his area, and he was basically, as we like to term it, a rhino. So I had a rhino judge. So guess what happened when he found out that I was working as the executive director for the Texas Republican County Chairman's Association, and that my son was my executive assistant working for the Republican Party. We got hammered because of his political affiliation, and my political affiliation, and my standing in the political community. The idea that we're going to ignore the fact that that affiliation drove it into a situation where my family, for the rest of my life, until my grandkids get old enough, is affected. So we were directly affected by the fact that the political world crossed over into the judicial world and affected us in a negative way. If the judge had come out and filled out the platform planks and said, I'm pro this, pro that, and I, as a county chair, require people to fill that out, do you not think that that attorney would have had an even more salient argument for a recusal or disqualification? It would have even added more ammo to the situation. My heart goes out because I'm in the same situation, but for the opposite reason. And if we think Republican-leaning judges are bad, you've obviously never had a Democrat judge drop the gavel on you like I have, and my family has, and my grandkids have. And it was during COVID, so there was a whole lot of wonky stuff going on, and that's how we got this Democrat judge to come over. So I just wanted, when we make our decisions here, we're on different sides of different stories, and it's highly emotionally charged. But I want everybody to understand that we have to look at the unintended consequences that could directly affect other families in a bad way, just as unfortunately as some of the families that here have been affected.
Time.
Mr. Chairman.
One guy gets to debate, the rest of us don't.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Can't read your name. Jennifer.
Jennifer Lundy, and I'm SD 12. I'm here to speak about Rule 44, the need to include censoring judges. This is my fourth convention to be at. I'm a precinct chair. I've been an elections judge, chair of resolutions committee for an SD. I'm a committee member of rules and bylaws in Denton County. But even more important is the issue that I have been a court reporter. I've worked as a regional coordinator and a district director for 2 of our senators here in Texas. I am now executive director of Texans for Judicial Accountability. We have a real problem with our judges. This started, Texans for Judicial Accountability started a year and a half ago because of a judge. When I was in the Senate, I had a gentleman contact me, and I know that he's spoken to y'all today, Rustin Wright. He contacted me and wanted me to go to his court hearing. We got all of his information together. We kind of felt as a Senate office, we could not go into the courts. But fast forward a couple of years, and he was actually going to trial. And at that time, I was working for a lady who was running for state rep. She had been a mayor for 16 years, and he asked if I would again come to his court to court watch. The mayor said, absolutely, I know there's corruption in our county. So I went and sat in on 2 of the hearings. The judge then called her, and he said, if Jennifer comes back into my courtroom, I'm going to make sure she doesn't have a job in this county. He also called the state rep for the county, because I worked with him as well, and he told him the same thing. So when this happened, when all the elections and everything were over with, I let Rustin Wright know what happened. He said, please sit here for a minute. He had people from all over the state contact me and let me know that very, very similar situations were happening everywhere. He asked if I would file a report with the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. So the lady who had been running and we got with the state rep. I'm hoping he filed as well. We certainly talked to him for a good hour, but I don't know if he did, but she and I did. And whenever I got in there, I saw all the problems that are going on with our judicial system. I know that those of you who have definite experiences already knew this. I did not. I know that benefits what we're trying to do, because I'm not a person who just got scorned in a courtroom. I'm a person who saw what's happening. We have got to hold our judges accountable. I am a Republican. I want my Republican judges to be held accountable. It is not okay what they are doing. It is not okay what the Democrat judges are doing either. But I can't worry about them. I've got to worry about our Republican judges. This was a Republican judge who did this to this gentleman and his son, and it's awful. And we took that case. We went to 3 newspapers in the area. I'm sure he told you his case was overturned by the appeals court. It was definitely something that should have been taken up by the newspapers. It was not. We went to the party, the Republican Party there in that county, and we asked them, please, can we censure? They said, no, we can't. We asked them to censure with the SCJC, and they refused. We've got to do something.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? I don't have a current list. Okay.
we have any other delegates in the room that want to speak to this committee at this point? Seeing none, we're almost at our lunch hour. I would suggest that the first thing the members do outside of lunch as needed is to go over the supplementals with a fine-tooth comb. We plan on sending those to Virgil and the staff that he's working with to make sure there's nothing else amiss in there. Remember, we had a typographical AM/PM thing yesterday. I think they're in good shape, but one more look at them would be terrific. I'm told that we now have the general rules merged in, everything done, but I have not yet checked them. So as soon as I go through them and nothing flags me, we'll be sending that out during lunch as well. So with that, let's go ahead and break 10 minutes early for lunch. Be back here at 2:30. Thank you, members. We stand recessed. Oh, Rachel had a quick question.
Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to thank our committee member, Dwayne Wright, for, thank all the speakers, but when people share personal stories, and that takes a lot of bravery, and I really appreciate that, and I think it makes us better. So I just really am grateful for the opportunity to serve and listen. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Okay. Any other announcements?
Just a quick question. Ronnie Jones, SD12.
Yeah, Ronnie.
I've heard rumors that somebody's supposed to bring us our credentials. Are we supposed to wait on that, or do we need to register while we're at lunch break?
I didn't hear the...
I've heard rumors that somebody's supposed to bring us our credentials.
I am not advised on that. Usually we register just like any other delegates once
so should we go ahead and do that
they
during
open
lunch?
up all the registration, which I believe is scheduled at 2 o'clock.
Okay, perfect.
We got a text saying they're going to bring our credentials.
Excellent. Okay, we're recessed until 2:30.
fixing the commission I once chaired. And let me be clear, I'm not going to defend where we are with that. We have some judges in this state who ought not be judges. We have a constitution in place that calls for the commission to sanction those judges and or remove them from the bench. That commission is not working as it should. I say that coming to you as a former chair and as an appellate judge and about to be the highest ranking judge in the state. There is a place for this to be directed, and it should be, you should be pointing a finger at me, you should be pointing a finger at my colleague at the Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, and you should be saying, why do these ethics rules that you write and that your conduct commission is responsible for enforcing allow judges to sit on cases, not rule for years at a time, and still collect a paycheck? How is that possible? That's on the judiciary. It's not on the political parties, not on individual judges. Why are people taking checks and cashing them from people with pending cases before them and then ruling in their favor without disclosing the fact that their payment has been made? How can a judge not recuse themselves in those circumstances? Yet that's the rule in this state right now. We need to fix that. That's on us. That's the judiciary. And I'm committing to you that I am going to keep howling about this, and we need to fix it, and we need changes at the Conduct Commission. That can actually do something. That's a place where we have the power to remove a judge from the bench. I know because I've done it. Like, we had a case pending before my commission where a judge was indicted for election fraud. I took his robe from him, and then I had to give it back because the court I'm running for said that that indictment couldn't be brought. We need those changes critically. I'm concerned that this change, well-intended as it is, may cause more harm than it does good. I'm not saying that's certainty. I'm just saying that I have that concern. Your efforts here are welcome, as far as I'm concerned, from this side of the bench, but I think we need to do something that can actually be productive and actually have some fangs in it. The last thing I'll tell you, because I've seen hundreds and hundreds of judges that are disciplined.
Wrap it up pretty quick. We're
Okay.
out of time.
You can't fix stupid. Okay? The stupid ones are not going to be thinking, oh, I'm going to get censured if I do this. They're not going to be thinking about it. Now we've got a problem and that we've got no place we can do anything about it except the conduct. So that's where I would direct this concern. There's a priority pending next door. I would support that. I think we ought to all do everything we can to support these changes. Thank you.
Do we have time for a question or not?
We really don't, especially if we're going to get out of here before 11 o'clock tonight. Sorry.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Judge. Bill Eastland, SD 22, multiple rules.
Yeah, I know, y'all get frustrated with me when I get to the point of closing rules. But, you know, kind of, most of them get passed. First of all, I'm Bill Eastland. I'm from Senate District 22, Tarrant County Precinct Chair, former member of the SREC, once served on this Rules Committee. First, I want to thank you all for the changes to Rule 44, because when I served on the Rules Committee in 2014, I was the first person to propose such a rule. It was shot down immediately by the chairman of the committee and the state party council. Jeremy Blosser brought it back 2 years later and it got passed. Since then, there's been an effort to try to improve it. This committee has voted. I need to point out to you, those of you that voted yes on adding the denial of a place on the ballot, which is extremely important if we're ever going to test the laws on this. Will be a lawsuit. Then you need to make sure you convince your members in your caucus to vote for you, because the long knives are going to be coming out for you. I'm telling you, I've seen this committee flip and change 2 years ago when the temporary committee voted in those teeth. Rule 45, you all have chosen to delete it. I know something about this. I've just gone through a bad experience with this particular rule. And I contacted the authors of the rule. Both of them said There was never an intention that this rule be used to deny somebody the right to be a delegate in the process. That's what is being used against me at this convention. And more to say about the nuts and bolts of this later. There is a problem with several different rules that starts with Rule 14, the open meetings and right to testify. In here, it has a lot of language about the open meetings process and also about recording and things. It also has here a little part about those people who are under challenge, and this is a thing I want to talk about. It involves several rules. And the privilege to testify, to act like a delegate, includes people that are under challenge until they're tossed, right? So they don't really lose their delegate status until they're thrown out. It also says, as the very last sentence says, no executive session shall be held by any convention, convention committee, or convention subcommittee. We fast forward to Rule 30, 33, 33B1. This is the Credentials Committee. Talks about contest, that's one thing. And then it talks about, okay, I got the hook? Yep. I also will be drafting and sending you all a brand new rule that would fundamentally change our nomination process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Delegate James Panito, SD 22, multiple rules.
Howdy, y'all. James Peinado, SD 29, Chair of the Republican Liberty Caucus of Texas. I want to thank this body for supporting putting teeth into Rule 44. I definitely think this strengthens the Republican Party of Texas, and it's definitely something that we hope to keep in the permanent committee as well. Regarding, there was a rule that I was on Rules Committee 2 years ago, and I recognized some friendly faces in the crowd. It's good to see you guys again. But we had passed a rule that SRECs could not just give their proxy to their compatriot to vote by proxy at the SREC. I know this was kind of an unpopular rule with SREC members, but there was a reason why I pushed to get it passed 2 years ago, and that's just because you know, there's other people back home that would benefit from learning how the party is administrated at the state level, and there's no reason why somebody couldn't bring somebody with them that is like-minded, but also like there to learn about stuff and bring that knowledge back home. I live in far west Texas, El Paso, as far as you can get, and you know, I think that this denial of knowledge and learning stunts the progress of the grassroots, and so I'd like you to put back in language for the SREC not to have their compatriot be their proxy, but they should give it to somebody else, maybe a precinct chair or something like that. And then I'm going against the grain here, but I'm on the fence about Rule 46 because when certain movements come up, like there was a Ron Paul movement that I joined in, but there was also like the Trump MAGA movement. It brought in a lot of voters that had never registered vote and never cared about politics, and sometimes these politicians speak to a frequency that people that we don't know because they're not part of the grassroots today, but movements come, and so if you close the primary, I am kind of concerned that we won't be able to stay relevant with those movements, and they'll go to another party where they can have influence if we're shutting the door on them. People came from off the grid in Texas for Ron Paul, and other people came from off the grid for Trump, and so it's just something to consider. I don't really know what the answer to the language should be, but I'm on the fence about Rule 46 myself. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, James. Is there anybody else wants to speak? Okay.
Ronnie's been very patient. We'll go to Ronnie first, and then Tim, I believe, has something. And I don't have anything lined up outside of that.
Alrighty, so I moved for reconsideration of Rule 8N. And I sent that email
Point of order.
first thing this morning.
I thought we were going to handle supplemental rules before we started general rules.
Sorry?
I thought we were going to handle any supplemental rule changes that were needed before we did general rules.
The supplemental rules have been out a couple of days now. They're being printed. If
But what you sent out there's typos and things in it.
we can correct typos, but I don't think we have to spend committee time on that.
I'll make you a list.
We corrected the PM to AM. That was the most recent one.
Yeah, there's fonts and highlights and dots and hyphens.
Yeah, Virgil's planning on taking care of all that part.
Never mind.
Okay, thank you, members. Yes, Ronnie.
Okay, so I've got some changes that I was wanting to make to Rule 8N.
Okay, wait a minute. We need to take a vote to do this.
Yeah, that one came, the Rule 8N was probably about 10:30 this morning. That's elected party officials' misconduct in office.
I didn't understand that.
Elected party officials' misconduct in office. Under the main title of Rule Number 8, Supplementary Executive Committee Rules and Meetings.
Can you give us the gist of it? We will need a motion to open up 8N.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just it's a change to Rule 8N, number 2. The first part is to add the word schedule and in the statement of failing to schedule and attend 2 consecutive, and then strike statutory executive committee meetings. And then in the last paragraph where it says the elected party official, the change would be a sentence after sanction is taken, a resolution of sanction requiring a 2/3 vote of the members present. And then it would strike regarding a precinct or county chairman, a written complaint signed by at least 60% of the voting membership of the county executive committee, or regarding an SEC member, a written complaint signed by at least 60% of the voting membership of the district executive committee. And then also strike if the officials committee finds the complaint has merit.
Okay, you've heard it. It's not on the screen yet. The first thing we need to do is we need to.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Maybe you could resend it, but we do need a vote to open 8N back up, very narrowly, only 8N. Do I have such a motion?
So moved. Tim Lambert, SD 28.
Second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
Noes appear to have it. Do we need a hand vote?
Hand count, please.
Hand count, okay. Hand count has been requested. All in favor, raise their hand high and hold it up. Opposed, raise your hand. Hold it up. Hold it up. There's some discrepancy in the count, but the high count on the A's was 12, the low count on the nays was 13, so the opinion of the chair, the motion fails. Tim was next, and then I'll come over to you, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, I have a family reached out to me about We have a lot of homeschool families who bring their kids to these events, and there's an issue with having them on the floor. I have two very short amendments, one at the end of Rule 15 that says, and I've sent the language to Jerry, at the end of Rule 15, as a family-friendly party, minor children and good behavior are always welcome to all party meetings and conventions and exempt from registration and ID requirements. So I would move we open up Rule 15 just for that specific purpose. And then I have another short rule to change to Rule 36 that's similar.
Okay, we've got a motion to address Rule, is that 5?
15.
15, I'm sorry. Relating to minor children of parents that are at the convention. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of opening Rule 15 for that purpose, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it on that one. Let's dispose of that one before taking up the related one, Tim.
Yes. So this is just to allow, just to recognize that we are family-friendly, minor children in good standing can come, just so that families are able to stay together. And I hope we'll adopt that.
Okay, do we have it up on the screen? Is there anybody want to speak against the rule? Seeing none.
Point of clarification, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Dwayne Wright, SC5. In this type of scenario, who would be responsible for removing the children if it doesn't go well?
I volunteer as tribute.
Because I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. I know I don't want to be that guy, for sure.
I think probably the sergeant at arms would address that with the parents.
Okay.
Just like any disruption kind of a thing. Okay, ready to vote? All in favor of Tim's adjustment to allow children of parents on the floor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The amendment passes. Okay, Tim, you had a related one?
Yes, at the end of Rule 36, minor children of delegates may sit with their parents while in good behavior, but may not displace a delegate. So I would move that we open Rule 36 for that specific purpose only.
It's been moved and seconded that we open Rule 36 for that specific purpose, and it's been seconded. Okay, all in favor of opening Rule 36 for a similar purpose, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Have it up on the screen. Okay.
Yes.
While they're doing that, I would use a little bit of that time. There was a lot of discussion by the delegates on SREC required rules and that we should change that in some fairly unspecified manner. It was more general. If one goes back and reads Rule 1, there's actually a mechanism that the Rules Committee can in fact do that. And the way it works is that the SREC delegates that particular authority on those SREC-only rules to the next convention's Rules Committee. You follow me? But I think there is a proviso in the Rule 1 language that if the SREC is going to do that, they have to do it at the first SREC meeting. So just for the information of everybody, there is a mechanism to do that with the permission of the SREC, basically. Okay, we've got the amendment up on the screen. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I think this is just a related issue about minors sitting with their children on the floor while they're in good behavior, but not displacing a delegate. So I would move adoption.
Okay. Anyone wanting to speak against? Yes, sir.
SD 17, Caleb Piel. You rarely see minor children sitting down. They need to be active and to move around. So I think I bring my kids to every convention, and they understand now. But what we would used to do is take them to the back, let them walk, and I see other kids doing the same thing, walk around, do whatever they need to do without disrupting any of the delegates in their place, sitting wherever the delegates sit.
Okay, I think John had his hand up in favor.
Yeah, I would offer a friendly amendment if that's in line right now. Minor children of delegates must be accompanied by their parents and may sit with their parents while in good behavior, but may not displace a delegate. I don't think we want kids running all around the floor of the convention.
I'm fine with that.
And Mr. Lambert says he's fine with that.
They may sit with their parents. It's already indicated.
Yeah,
They're sitting with them.
Okay, any further opposed? Dwayne?
Dwayne Wright, SD5. I'm going to be that guy right now. Fortunately, I've been a pediatric nurse for 33 years, and I'm still licensed to do that. So, the logistic problem I see with this is the chair, you have to seat alternates whenever delegates are unavailable. And then you've got the added situation where if they have their children and the child throws a fit in the middle of a vote, then that delegate is going to need to take them to deal with them, and then you can't seat the alternate in that spot until that vote is over. It's really going to do a lot of stuff with the voting structure and the way we do things. And I love kids. Like I said, I've 33 years taking care of children, but I've also seen children behave and not, and there's a whole lot of not. But if the parents, for whatever reason, need to change a diaper or whatever, and they get up and they have to go, then you can't seat an alternate. It throws off the numbers. Actually, the voting strength of that delegation change. I mean, it causes a lot of problems. So,
Parents. Yes, sir. Randy.
Randy Dunning, SD2. I'd like to speak in favor of this. We have had this rule as a supplemental rule in our district conventions, both when we were in SD 16 and now in SD 2, for as long as I can remember. And I come to report to you that we've had many children and none of the problems that have been brought forward as concerns. It has not been a problem, and it is a testimony to the parents who are delegates and how well they've raised their children. And they're not all infants. People are going to be bringing their grade school, junior high, high school students to see this. Some of the high school students, of course, obviously, your pages and that. But we did this with our children. And bringing the children to the convention, I have kids that now attend conventions as delegates. So this is how we raise them. This is how we create a lifelong tradition of service to this party. And this is part of it. And I highly support and encourage everyone to vote for this.
Okay, we've had 2 yeses and 2 nos. Is there any others wanting to speak against this?
I would like to speak in favor.
I think Leslie had her hand up first to speak in favor.
Leslie Thomas, S22. I have 6 kids. I have brought my kids to every state convention. Practically speaking, what happens is that my older kids are pages and my younger kids are with me. If there's room in my delegation, and I've always had wonderful delegations. If there's room in my delegation, my kids sit with me, and they're well behaved because I'm their mom. And if they're not well behaved, then we take them out. We deal with them, and we bring them back in. But that's never been an issue. And like I said, practically speaking, this already happens. We're going to memorialize it. We're going to grow our party through our kids and our family. And I don't see the parents abusing this. I don't see the children abusing this. I see it being a wonderful experience for everyone involved. And if there is an issue, then we can deal with it.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Anybody else wanting to speak against the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of Mr. Lambert's motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. The ayes clearly have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Point of information, were we voting on Mr. Boucher's amendment to the amendment or the original?
No, that was taken as a friendly.
Okay,
that was
thank
taken
you.
as a friendly. Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left until we break for the SREC. Mac
Duncan, SD3, I'd like to reopen Rule 44.
We could wait till midnight to do that one. Okay, for which section of Rule 44?
I would like to make sure we include at least the Speaker of the House in the terminology. I would propose that we include every state representative and state senator. That's my preference. If you'd like me to go ahead and speak to the
No, that's fine. We need the motion first, and
Yes,
then
sir.
we'll open it up.
They're pulling it up, 44.
They're almost there.
That's fine. What I've written out is, for purposes of this rule, office holder shall include every state representative, including the Texas Speaker of the House, and state senator in the Texas Senate, and shall be deemed a statewide official due to the nature of the office, which will allow any CEC, county convention, senatorial convention, or Texas SREC to originate a censure resolution against the legislator.
Okay, do we have a motion to open that formally? We've heard what the motion is. Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. We'll get it up on the screen here shortly. All in favor of opening up 44 for that purpose, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
I believe the ayes have it.
I'd like to request a roll
call
Oh,
vote.
I think you said nay.
No, the ayes have
Oh, I
it.
apologize.
Sorry. Do you still want a roll call vote?
No, that's fine. You think
Sorry?
I would, I mean,
It's been requested we have a hand count. Let's go ahead and do a roll call so we
Roll
don't
call,
have any
that's-
ambiguity on this one.
Mr. Chairman, is this to open 44 entirely or just on this limited issue?
No, just for this narrow, specific purpose.
Right.
Senate District 1, Kristen Bentley. Senate District 2, Randy Dunning.
Yes.
Mac Duncan.
Yes.
Tom Shea.
Yes.
Dwayne Wright.
No.
Keith Nielsen.
Yes.
Russell Rush.
Yes.
Ken Leonard.
Yes.
Got it.
Mike Snyder.
Yes.
Susan Valiant. Yes. Dave Wilson. Ronnie Jones.
Yes.
Rachel Hooper. Erica Piella.
Yes.
Josh Flynn.
Yes.
Nate Joy.
Yes.
Caleb Payado.
Yes.
Sandra David Westbrook.
No.
Chuck Burnett. Kathy Hagler.
No.
Leslie Thomas.
Yes.
Rick Cook.
No.
Bruce Campbell.
Yes.
Naomi Neves. Okay, Justin Nichols. Susan Guggenheim. Tim Lambert. Brooks Coleman. Mark Russell. Brandon Hodges.
Do we have it up on the screen? This clearly passed. We'll get the count posted when it gets all posted. I believe there were 6 noes and 1 abstention. So this clearly passes. Thank you, members. Okay, would you like to address your proposed amendment at
Yes,
this
sir.
point, Mac?
The ideas we've heard even through the testimony and lots of discussion, and as we have seen, especially over the last 2 years, the Speaker of the House is in a position to make decisions that affect the entire state. One example of which is our party stating we do not want Democrat chairs, and yet we are given those repeatedly. And that's just one thing. My contention, and I think the Speaker of the House position is one that probably will at least be accepted. I took Mr. Pickles' discussion on these things very interestingly. I believe it was Mr. Pickle. I may be mistaken on the testifier. But in reference to the broader scope of the representatives and senators, and that is that, you know, I may not be voting on a candidate for another district, and that person may not be representing me, but that representative or senator from the other district is making decisions that affect me and my district. And so there has to be some accountability there. Now, I won't have a vote in who they elect in that district. That's their decision. But agreeing to the party platform, especially in priorities, when decisions are made that would subject a person to Rule 44, those things frequently affect the state. We're not talking about a county commissioner or a dog catcher here. We're talking about state officials. And I would highly suggest that all of these be included in that.
Okay, I saw Rachel's hand up first to speak against.
No, sir, mine was.
I have a point of order and a motion to amend possibly.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the rules that as we created them, that you just sent out, and they have the exception for the judges.
This is, okay, that's separate issue, so that's essentially a problem with rules we sent out.
It is, but it's not a separate issue because that's what we're addressing here, this exact same sentence.
Okay, let's make that a motion to the motion to correct that error. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to correct the error on the judges. We did exempt the judges, or we took out the exemption of the judges.
Right.
That's a typo and everything. All in favor of fixing that, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Nay. Okay, the ayes have it.
And then I have a motion to amend.
Okay, now we have a motion to amend the amendment.
So can I ask the author, is this supposed to substitute for the term, the current language, the term office holder as used in this rule?
Sorry.
It is intended to clarify. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we had originally put in like for 44C, but we had a couple of changes over the last day, and so I did not put a letter in there because I couldn't remember where we left off. So I apologize for that. To answer the question, I think that it is a definition. It is to help clarify what we mean by office holder, and we're referring to an inclusive thing, not an exclusive. So it would not exclude anyone else who could be subject to Rule 44, but to explain a little broader, more broadly, what we're referring to here.
I think we all need to be looking at this the same thing. See A, where in A, where it says the term office holder?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you trying to replace that? Oh, you just passed it,
Yep.
please.
Right there.
Point of information.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
Let's
Please.
finish this issue up first.
If you can please go down, because this is really important. No.
Yeah,
The
right.
term,
Yeah.
are you trying to replace that?
Right. The term office holder, as used in this rule, shall mean a holder of public office except just as the peace or a judge. But that's what your first point of order was about, correct?
Right, we have
Right, so we're
deleted.
striking that, correct.
We have deleted except. Are you
Right.
trying to replace that sentence with are you amending this sentence? What is your amendment to?
My attempt is to clarify.
So it's in addition?
You're making it more narrow.
Okay. I'm sorry. Right.
Because we've already
Okay, public
defined.
office. Well, okay, but the rest of the amendment that I'm suggesting is really the focal point, and that is to allow any CEC or county convention, not just in that person's district. So again, bear in mind, I don't have the legal knowledge for the terminology, so I would certainly accept friendly amendments to try to help get this the right way.
Okay, I believe Rachel has a friendly amendment.
That's fine.
I would move to amend this to say, any CEC, county convention, senatorial convention, or SREC, please, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there.
Where?
Thank you.
Yeah, where?
Any CEC, county convention, senatorial convention, or SREC may apply Rule 44 to the Speaker of the House.
To censure. Yeah, by apply the rule, you're referring to the censure aspect, correct?
Or originate a censure. I'm fine with that language.
Originate a censure, okay. Okay. And you're wanting to limit it exclusively to the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
So strike out individual legislators?
Yes.
And replace that with speaker?
Yes. So it would say this: any CEC, county convention, senatorial convention, or SREC may originate a censure resolution against the Speaker of the House.
Respectfully, I don't think that's a friendly amendment. That's fairly substantially different. I think that would be
Second.
handled with a separate language.
Second.
Second.
I was going to motion to amend in the exact same way.
Okay.
I just didn't couple it with other stuff.
Let's hang on that then, if that's okay with the committee.
Point of information from the author, please. Rachel, do we not, at the very beginning, need to modify where it says every state representative and Texas and senator? Because what we're doing, first of all, are we not leaving it open that I could say as Senatorial District 9 that I don't like the representative from Senatorial District
Right.
10
That's right.
and do that? I think we need to remove, as part of your amendment, those phrases up there and limit it specifically to the Speaker of the House and nothing else.
Right, that's what I'm doing.
Right, yeah, that's what.
Well, but it still leaves open to interpretation the first of the sentence.
I've struck
Does it?
that. No, but it's not up there.
Okay. Oh, I'm just looking at it. I didn't see it.
Right, yeah, they haven't finished.
Jerry, let me type it.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir. Where's that?
That was not a proper point of information. That was debate.
Well taken.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can we ask the audience to please mute their cell phones?
Yes, if the audience, the delegates would mute their cell phones, please.
That's a briefcase with no owner.
Mr. Speaker, if I may continue, I'll explain a little bit more the reasoning behind the more inclusive aspect of this. And then we'll consider the motion to amend. I understand if there's a representative or a senator from another district that we may not like, and our district decides to, or county decides to censure them, that's what it is a censure. But it does not change anything for that particular person unless there is some clear violation that the SREC would then take up. Is that correct?
I believe that's right.
Okay. Let's bump this up to a federal level for just a moment. And this is the reasoning behind it. And again, I will acquiesce to whatever wisdom is in the room that we can have. How many times have we had Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer making decisions that affect Texas? And there is absolutely nothing that we can do about it. We can't do anything about it. So we can't say, well, they're in California or they're in whatever state. All we can do is just gripe and bellyache. We can't vote them out. We can't censure them because we're not in California or we're not in New York or whatever state. And so what this does is the idea is to bring accountability and an opportunity to express the disagreement and the perhaps violation of the legislative priorities, which is what Rule 44 is about. That was the idea behind it. It may be too broad in scope, and I understand that. I think I would accept if we back it up to Speaker of the House, and we can discuss this another time, next go around, that's fine. But Speaker of the House clearly needs to be in this language.
We're up against a hard break. We're actually a couple of minutes beyond it. Question the chair has for the general counsel: would this language prevent a Rule 44 censure of a county on their representative or their senator?
I don't think so, and that was certainly not my intent. And maybe we can take a break, and during that time, we can talk about it, but that is not my intent, and I don't believe so. But we need to look at this closely, because that's what I was very concerned with, the defining office holder twice and all of that alarm bells were going off for me.
And that's where the help comes in handy. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, we're actually beyond our, quote, hard break at this point. We're going to take a recess until 8 o'clock, leaving this pending, and we'll come back to this at 8 o'clock. We're recessed.
Oh, I'm sorry.